meeting of Brant County Council for May the 12th, 2026. Attendance has been taken, noting that Councillor Howes is up there in window number 1, and the rest of us are all here. That takes us to number 2 on the agenda, which is the land acknowledgement. And Councillor Bell, you have that.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. As we gather, we acknowledge that we meet on the lands and territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, Six Nations of the Grand River, and traditional territory of the Attiwonderong. We remind ourselves that the County of Brant is situated on lands that are full of rich Indigenous history and home to many First Nations, Inuit and Métis people today. We recognise the significance of their contributions to the past, present and future of this land. As a county, we have a shared responsibility for the stewardship of the land on which we live and work, and a commitment to the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action. We commit to continue learning, reflecting on the past, and working in allyship.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. That takes us to number 3 on the agenda, which is the approval of the agenda. Does anyone have anything to add to the agenda? Noting there was a bit of an addendum. Councillor Chambers?
Mr. Mayor, I don't have anything to add to the agenda, but I have some comments about the agenda.
Okay.
It's another 600-page agenda with some very important and topics and reports and public hearings that generate a lot of discussion, particularly hearings that were deferred from our last lengthy agenda, which doesn't do it it does a disservice, as a matter of fact. Any amendment to an official plan, we should take the time to discuss, deliberate accordingly. In particular, with regard to the community permit transition we're going into, we're going to be delegating responsibilities to staff through that process. So the policies that we put in place are very important because that is going to be the council's main input into planning applications. So I'm very concerned, again, that the agenda that is put before us tonight is lengthy and it may run late. It may go beyond the time. I think it will. I have many questions and comments with regard to some of the topics on the agenda. And I'm just concerned that if we keep trying to jam stuff into an agenda that doesn't fit, we're going to have to start having an additional meeting or a special meeting, committee of that kind of thing, because I can guarantee you that some of the topics here, the Paris Master Plan, the community planning permit situation, the amendments to the official plan, they're not 5-minute items. Or they shouldn't be. So I just draw that to the attention of staff that creates these agendas. I think it's unfair not only to the councillors, but to the people that are making the presentations and waiting in line for these public hearings. So that's my comments. And I have a feeling that I'm going to be asking for deferrals, but we'll see how it goes. And I don't know whether I may be the only one that is starting to feel that these 600-page agendas are a little bit too much and makes us look like we're looking at things superficially when we shouldn't be.
Thanks, Councillor Chambers. I agree with you about the size of the agendas, but we did sort of put it on ourselves tonight with deferring 3 items to this meeting. So it's a little bit our fault, but the agendas are getting bigger and bigger. So with that being said, is there anything that you want to add to this already too big agenda? Councillor Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate your comment, but I would like to hear the comment back from staff on this. There's the staff that arranges the agenda, and I know that the Gainesville was supposed to be on this for this meeting too, and now it's been postponed. So I would like to know why, and I agree with Councillor Chambers. This seems to be an awful lot, And I'd asked staff last time if there was a possibility of us starting this meeting earlier so we could get all this in, and it didn't happen.
Okay. Jeremy, do you want to speak to this, or?
I can start. Obviously, yes, 3 items were deferred from the last meeting to this meeting, which we kept them closer to the beginning of the agenda, so we do not defer them again. There are a number of activities taking place, obviously, and we're trying to work with our timeline schedules from under the Planning Act. So there are obviously things that we have to bring forward that have to go for public information meetings for us to bring recommendations back within the timelines of the Planning Act. So all that put together does make sometimes lengthier agendas. This is the time of year when people are trying to get things in prior to summer, so we do get a little heavier at this time of year, unfortunately, too. So trying to do a number of different things to meet our timelines under the Planning Act, but also realizing we have to update our policies to conform to the province, who has been changing some of the rules and regulations. So that meant we have to update our official plan to make it more structured, to follow the province, and to make sure it covers everything to address concerns in the community. So they come together. I'm not against if we do have a heavier agenda to start earlier, but this is what we're kind of working through right now, trying to work through planning timelines.
Thank you. Councillor Oakley.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to say on this topic that, like, I agree it's a long agenda, probably too long, but I just wanted to sort of, I guess, disagree with the statement here that the fault of this should lie on staff at all. Ultimately, as Jeremy has just said, a lot of these are the products of timelines that are mandated to us by the province when certain applicants decide to put their applications forward. And ultimately, if we wanted to make it a meeting earlier, have a special council meeting, things like that, the burden for that type of decision falls upon us as council as a whole, not individual council members or staff to do that. So I agree with the sentiment, but I don't want that blame put on staff because I feel that is unfair.
Okay. That's it. No additions to the agenda. Ella, Councillor Haley? Yes, I'd just like to add push your button.
I'd just like to add some information at the end when you,
Do you want to do it under other business?
yes.
Okay, thank you. The agenda is in front of you. There are no additions other than the one memorandum, or the one amendment, not amendment, addendum, sorry. It's on the floor. Councillor Miller?
Yep, moved by myself, second by Councillor McAlpine, that the County of Brant Council agenda and addendum of May 12th, 2026 be approved.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Number 4 on the agenda is the declaration of pecuniary interests. Does anyone see one now that's obvious? If you come across one, please let me be the first to know. Delegations, we don't have any. Takes us to number 6, which is the adoption of the minutes from the previous meeting. And Councillor Howes, you have that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Chambers that the County of Brant Council minutes of April 14th, 2026 be approved.
Does anyone have any questions to the minutes of April the 14th? Councillor Haley?
It's just a request, item number 12.1. There's a report going in at the very end of the page. Comment deadline was May 14th, staff sending a report in, and I wondered if we could see that at some time, not tonight, but if we could see it. Thank you.
Yeah, I think staff heard you, so they'll make sure that you get the information as soon as they do. So Councillor Howes, if there's no, it's on the floor, it's been seconded. No other questions or comments? Call the vote, all those to receive. Is there any business coming out of those minutes? Seeing none, we'll move on. I'm hearing an echo. Do I sound like I'm being echoed? No? Maybe you can turn it down a little bit, Gary, please. Takes us to number 8, which is consent items. We have no items to approve. 8.2, consent items to receive. We don't have any, which takes us right to the public hearings under the Planning Act to receive information from the public. So I will declare this public meeting open now, and I'll call on Brandon to speak to the application, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, everyone. We just have a brief presentation for this particular application, which is initiated by the county, and the purpose of this is just to be received for information and collect feedback. So no decisions being made on this. We recognize specifically with downtown Paris that it's an important part of the county and that there's lots of opinions and considerations for that. So we'd just like to collect some feedback on this particular questions. All right, so what is being considered here? The purpose of this is to talk about potential zoning changes, and the reason for those is to advance the downtown master plan, which was first adopted in 2019. So we initiated conversation in 2024, October 2024, with respect to the potential rezonings downtown. We did some open houses during that time in November. We've taken some time to do some studies, which I'll get into shortly. But what we're proposing right now is that we look at a targeted rezoning on some selective sites, and that additional tools would be enabled through the community planning permit system. So there's an opportunity here to pilot a precedent-setting development while aligning kind of the public input and technical constraints. So lots of different kind of things going on downtown. We're balancing growth, we're balancing heritage, flood risk constraints. Obviously the height of buildings, that's one of the kind of major points of concern. But again, the purpose of tonight's meeting is just for discussion purposes and feedback.
Can I get someone to put this on the floor so we can talk about it? Councillor Bell and Councillor Oakley. Does anyone have any questions? Call the vote. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. A couple more. I'll try not to take too much time. All right, through the mayor. So just some key considerations. So what we've heard from the public, there's an engagement summary in this particular report, but talking about preserving the small town feel, heritage character of downtown, limiting building heights to fit in, improving parking traffic and mobility, enhancing walkability in public space, and obviously supporting a vibrant mixed-use downtown economy. So what's being done with respect to this particular the rezoning specifically. So we've done some public engagement. This is kind of a next step to another phase of that. There's an archaeological assessment happening to inform this, an environmental site assessment, geotechnical investigation. We're doing some research on hydraulics, so some flood modeling specific to this, and the preliminary parking needs assessment, which was presented in December 2025. So the targeted rezoning looks at two specific sites. We've labeled them as Area A and Area B. Area A is the municipal parking lot where the former OPP station is. It also includes the land that was formerly the Cedar House. And Area B is all the lands beside the Wincy Mills. So there were formerly some houses there and they've since been removed. And that land is where you can see the archaeological assessment taking place. So again, we've presented some potential zoning standards for conversation purposes. They're meant to just guide the discussions. It's not a recommendation by any means, but meant to get us to a final recommendation. Just presenting this drawing, there's some similar ones in the report. Admittedly, those ones maybe don't provide the best view of the massing or the aspect of it. So what this does is just provide a conceptual example of how that zoning would look on the site or could look on the site. That's something we hear often from folks when we talk about zoning. It's one thing to approve a number. What does 15 meters look like? What does 25 meters look like? So we're trying to provide that information up front to help with the discussion. And just some context with respect to building height. This was previously shown at our engagement sessions that we held in 2024, but just showing kind of what various residential storied buildings look like, standard stories, and where the potential for this zoning would fit. So the mixed-use development that's discussed for the parking lot is being talked about at about 25 meters right now, with a cap at 6 stories, recognizing that 25 meters can be a bit higher than that, but just to give some room for things on the roof like mechanical space, and the parking structure in particular around 15 meters, which is roughly the height of the Wincy Mills building. And with that, I welcome any comments or questions.
afraid. Councillor Miller, you're first.
Just a quick question. The parking structure, I think in the report you said we'll need something between 200 and something and 400 and something extra parking spaces. Is that correct? Somewhere in that neighborhood?
Yes, I may ask Haley if we have specific questions about the parking strategy. Haley Gilmore's here to speak about it if people would like it.
Well, what I wanted to know is that proposed parking structure, would that be able to accommodate all the extra parking?
So that is what we are looking at kind of more in depth. What the purpose of this rezoning would be is just to enable the permission for a parking structure, but more work would be done to study the actual need of that and ensure that if we were to build one, we would be addressing the need over the long term.
Okay, so we don't know at this point whether it will absorb.
We have a sense of that. I believe the parking strategy proposed 3, like a low, medium, and high kind of growth scenarios. So we have an idea of roughly 3 or 4 stories of parking, accommodating what the expected growth in downtown would be.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Pierce.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. So again, I'm going to talk to the parking structure, and it's on page 5 of 7 of the report. And it talks in there, it says, when it's talking about the height, it said the zoning permissions for this type of development exist, but it's currently limited to approximately 4 to 5 stories. Providing the additional height will help make the project more financially feasible, which is an important consideration with respect to offsetting the cost of the parking structure. Do we have any idea if we were to cap it at 4, what the difference, if we go, per square foot would be to make it 6?
Through the mayor, so with respect to that, are you speaking specifically to the height of the parking structure?
Yes.
Capping that? Okay, so the parking structure itself is proposed at 3 to 4 stories. It would be the mixed-use development itself that we're looking for the 6-story permission. There is a relationship between the two, as there is a partnership between the owner of the properties and the county working towards that. So yes, we're looking into the kind of financial viability of both of those things happening at the same time.
Okay, so, but again, if there's any way to understand, if we were to cap this, like right now, they can do 4 or 5, right? So what is the additional cost or the cost savings of doing that extra floor or 2 or not doing it would be, I'd appreciate knowing that.
Yep, of course, happy to bring that information back.
Thank you.
Councillor Bell, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Brandon. Brandon, when we brought the original downtown master plan out in 2019, we talked about having a parking structure immediately behind us. Why is that now not viable or not preferred?
Through the mayor, so we've done a more holistic kind of look into the competing priorities in downtown, one of which is flooding. The land beside the Wincy Mills is at the highest risk for flood depth. So removing the permissions that are there for residential is a way for the municipality to help reduce risk in flooding. A parking structure isn't considered a high-risk structure, and there would be opportunities for us to require the parking to happen, say, if it's overnight parking, it happens on the 2nd or 3rd story. So there's ways to regulate the impact of flooding, more so on property than it would be a risk to life if there were residential uses put there. So that's why we're thinking in the holistic view of downtown, that particular chunk of land can't necessarily or shouldn't necessarily be used for residential purposes. So a parking structure could be a very viable use of that area.
Thank you. One more question for me, Mr. Mayor?
Certainly.
Can you say more about the mixed-use building that would be on Broadway and Mechanic? How many dwellings and what's the rationale for that number of dwellings added to our downtown community?
Yep. So through the mayor, we're looking at, with respect to that particular building, I believe the number is between 80 and 90 dwelling units. There will obviously be conversation about how many that ends up being based on the height and the coverage of the lot. Those specific numbers have come up based on the financial viability of a development. So that's kind of the threshold that needs to be attained in order for the break-even point, so to speak. We are looking holistically at potential development downtown in other areas too. We do have other parking lots and other vacant areas or buildings that could be replaced. So we're expecting, I believe it was about 200 units in total over the next 10, 15 years. But we're looking at kind of fleshing that out again with growth management, looking at timing that out accordingly. But those are the numbers that we're kind of bouncing back and forth right now.
Thank you.
Councillor Howes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I've got 2 or 3 questions for Brandon. First, Brandon, I wanted to say thank you for taking the time to put together the illustrations to help everybody understand the different concepts, and I particularly appreciate seeing those profile drawings with all the buildings kind of stood next to each other. I guess my first question is the proposed commercial residential building for the current OPP or the current parking lot where the OPP detachment was, and the restaurant that used to be next to it. Is the intention that the parking needs of that, the residential portion of that building, would be achieved within that building, or is the idea that the people that would live there would park in the new parking structure? That's my first question.
Through the mayor, the intention would be that there would be a balance. They would likely provide some parking on site, but again, they would have the opportunity to provide some of the parking by way of the parking structure.
Okay. So, and then further to that, the parking, just because I know people are wondering about this, the proposed parking structure for behind the Windsea Mills at whatever height it ends up being is not a property that would be paid for by the county and the taxpayers. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, the property is currently not owned by the municipality. We are in conversations about the potential for ownership or involvement in the development, again, in collaboration with the development across the way, the mixed-use development. So I think that's yet to be determined, but at this point, it is not owned by the municipality.
Okay, so that's to be determined, and fair enough. The back to the proposed building where the parking lot is now, with the former OPP site and the Cedar House property. I know people have concerns about buildings getting that tall in our downtown. I am one of those people. Is that a decision, the approval of the zoning that would allow that height for that part of downtown, is that something that has to happen tonight? And can you tell all of us what would be the upside or the downside of not making that decision tonight? And part of the reason why I'm asking is there are other properties in downtown Paris owned by other developers, and I have some concern that we start setting a precedent where other developers also want permission to go 5 or 6 stories in downtown Paris, and all of a sudden, we'd start to look like a city and not a town. And my other question is specific to approving the zoning. If it's approved, do we think that approving the zoning would give us the tools needed to manage the height and design of new buildings throughout downtown Paris? Can you explain that a little bit more, please?
Of course, through the mayor. So to answer your first question, just to clarify, no decisions are being made tonight. So this proposal before you is just for information purposes. But the zoning that would come forward as a recommendation would determine the proposed height or the restrictions for height on the property, just as zoning does on any other property in the municipality. So there's an opportunity there to provide that additional story. But just to clarify, what it does permit now is roughly 4 to 5 stories. So if the development was to move forward with the zoning that's on there right now, the OPP property or the former OPP station, they would be permitted to construct 4 to 5 stories. I think the number falls roughly in between there, so it would probably be 4 stories with a mechanical roof. But that would be the permission that's there. So looking for that extra permission, that's a decision that will lie with council still, and can be made through the specific development kind of application, similar to the zoning bylaw amendment, or it could be made through our new community planning permit system that will be coming into effect fairly shortly after too. So there's some opportunity there. I'll speak to timing of that. Making a decision on the zoning does provide some certainty with respect to the partnership of the viability and possibility of what can be done with the land. There is certainty there right now with what's allowed, but adding that extra permission and deciding on that provides that additional permission and additional certainty. So that's one of the kind of upsides of making the decision. With respect to decision-making in the context of the tools that are available, with respect to height, zoning can effectively manage height. With respect to a design or kind of facade, the look of the building, the aesthetic of the building, the current tools we have with zoning and site plan don't wander into that realm. The province has been very clear that you cannot regulate aesthetic that way, but the new community planning permit system will have additional permissions for that. So there would be an opportunity through that system to regulate kind of or control the look and feel of the building more so. Does that answer all of the questions?
I think so. Just through the mayor, just one quick follow-up. So the debate over should we allow 6-story buildings or should we not allow 6-story buildings isn't really a tonight debate. It's a debate when this comes back with a recommendation from staff. Correct?
Through the mayor, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Oakley.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I had just one sort of question here, just because I've seen some concerns about the parking garage, and at this moment, we're just talking about the zoning of it, but from, I guess, a conceptual standpoint, I think most people, when they're thinking of the parking garage, and no shade or shame meant towards the city of Brantford for their parking structure, it was built at a time when brutalist architecture was popular, but I think that's what people are thinking of when they think of 3-story parking structure is going to be this big concrete building. That's not necessarily the case. Is that true? And can you sort of elaborate on how that might be made more compatible with our current downtown?
Of course, through the mayor. So with respect to, again, the aesthetic of that, we'll have some more control over that by way of the community planning permit system. I'd also suggest a way to control the design of something happening on a property is to own it. So if we're involved in the partnership, we can have some control over that. I would also just point you maybe to the downtown master plan, the original, even though the location of the parking structure has changed, the original intent for it was to look nicer. So I think that's still very much an objective with respect to the building.
Perfect, thank you. And then when appropriate, Mr. Mayor, if you could let me know when I could make some comments.
Okay, Councillor McAlpine.
How many approximate parking spaces would this be replacing there on that are currently where the old PP station was and the public park?
Through the mayor, I don't have that number readily available. I don't know if Haley might, but if not, that's definitely something we can bring back.
Okay.
Councillor Bell.
Appreciate the second opportunity to speak. Have we had any conversations with the BIA? Because I've had a lot of social media commentary this week about this. Part of it is related to the distance it takes to walk from the intended new car parking space to downtown shopping. I think that's a conversation that I think the BIA should be involved in. Have we had a conversation yet, or is that still to come?
Through the mayor, not with respect to the zoning. I'm not sure if conversations have happened about the location of, the proposed location of the structure, but it's definitely on the radar to do that with the BIA.
Thank you.
Councillor Chambers.
I don't mind telling you that I am very confused as to the direction that we're going here. If I had to explain it to somebody what we're doing, I don't think I could. That could be on me, and I'm not being critical of your report. So I have some questions. I'm just wondering if you can do a little bit of translating of your report to me in layman's terms. You talk about a downtown master plan refresh. How does that coincide with what we're doing if we're going to refresh the downtown master plan after the fact in conjunction with the community planning permit system, which adds variables to that? Then you throw in the public consultation that has garnered feedback with regard to heritage, character, height and massing, et cetera. And we're planning to craft a zoning bylaw amendment to address something, and expected to go through a public hearing on a zoning bylaw amendment to put all this together. Now, if that makes sense to anybody, sure as hell doesn't make sense to me, and I'm totally confused. So could you start again for the people in the crowd, including myself, that really don't understand the steps that we are taking to implement whatever it is we're trying to implement?
Absolutely, through the mayor to Councillor Chambers. So the first step in this would be the conceptual step, so the master plan itself. So the Downtown Paris Master Plan provides a kind of visionary document. There's no specifics in it, but it kind of paints the picture of what we would like to do. So you need to then take that and implement it. So that's where the zoning or the community planning permit system comes into place.
Can you explain the community planning permit system, how that impacts what we're trying to do and how that enables that to happen? Because that isn't even in place yet, and it's confusing to everybody, including myself.
Yeah, of course. So through the mayor, that community planning permit system will replace the county's current zoning bylaw. It will also replace the process for site plan control. So those are two technical processes that are undertaken when someone comes in with a development application. They need to request the permitted use of the land, their standards, so like heights and setbacks, that's done through zoning. And then they need to organize their property, organize the site for whatever's being proposed on it. That's done through site plan control. So the community planning permit system is combining those two processes into one so that someone can go through one process to organize their site and arrange the buildings, build the buildings on it, and have the permitted uses there. So that's a higher level transition that we're making or intending to make with the county, just to make kind of a more simplified approach to development. Instead of having to go through 3 or 4 processes, you would just go through one. And the reason we're kind of adding that commentary into a lot of these reports is because you'll see at the end of this meeting, we're discussing the CPPS as well. But the proposed or the draft bylaw is coming forward, and we're intending to hopefully have something recommended for adoption in July. So we're getting close now to that new process if it was to come into effect. So that being said, decisions that are being made or applications that are coming forward may fall under that process if it does move forward, just based on the time that a development can take.
And at the end of the day, when we have all this in place, most of it will be through the community planning permit system, which will take the public hearing process modified to the staff level. So things like building heights, parking spaces, all that's going to be done at the staff level.
That is not correct. So it would be dependent on the decisions made by council to be within the bylaw. So height, as we've noted, is a contentious issue. So our intention is not to include height provisions as a staff level variation with CPPS. So various height level requests would still have to come to council.
And how will that come to council through the community permit planning system? Or is that determined by the zoning bylaw that you're proposing that you're going to present to us as, you're calling it a focus zoning amendment for Select County? Is that where we can discuss the height and where people can have input on the height of buildings for a very small part of this?
Yes, yeah. So the current process, if it moves forward under the current zoning, there would be a discussion again, just like tonight, about the height. Through the community planning permit system, depending on what we land on with staff variations, again, in the bylaw. But again, as I've said, height we know is a contentious issue, especially in downtown. It would be similar to coming forward with a zoning bylaw amendment. They would come forward with a class 3 permit application, and council would be the decision-making authority on that application. So it's two trains on separate tracks, but they're very similar trains.
And I apologize for being obtuse on this, but it is confusing to me, and I know it will be confusing to the people. There's a magic ball that they will look at, and that's the parking garage at 6 stories, and a lot of people will focus on that. But in the meantime, a whole bunch of other stuff is happening that is going to be flying under the radar in terms of the public engagement and in terms of the community planning permit system, in terms of the zoning bylaw amendments, and in terms of the refreshed Paris master plan that will refresh the 2019 Paris master plan that was generating what we're doing tonight. And if that makes sense to anybody, you can buy me a coffee and explain it all to me again.
Thanks, Councillor Chambers. I'm going to call on Adam now. Maybe he can add some words of wisdom.
Thank you, Your Worship. Hope to provide some clarity to this whole situation. So stepping back a little bit, obviously the master plan was approved in 2019 and included a parking structure in the council chambers parking lot. A lot of the feedback we heard was that it would be too difficult for a lot of people to park in there. It would take up a lot of the close proximity parking in downtown Paris. I mean, at that time too, the OPP detachment was still up. I mean, we were under different variables at that time. So stepping back, we removed that from the concept, but that still led to a potential parking deficiency regardless of if anything changed downtown. The status quo, we project we will have a parking deficiency by 2050. So the intent of a master plan refresh is to highlight some of the things that have happened already, some of the decisions that have been made, and at the same time, identify that, okay, if we want to continue on with the status quo with it by 2050, we will likely have a complete deficiency of parking. But if there's different ways we can approach this, and this is something we brought back about 3 years ago and got some council direction to investigate the county's land holdings, investigate the land holdings of other property owners in the downtown area. It's a very small area, so we have to evaluate the highest and best use of the land. And we've identified this situation where you have a parking lot that fronts Broadway that has the capacity for residential development. I think tonight is to evaluate determination of height and density and what that building could look like. You also have a parcel that is not suited for residential for many reasons, including sort of the health and safety of county residents. So we tried to evaluate what is the best use of the limited amount of land we have in downtown Paris. Because I think at the end of the day, too, we can't just have a situation where surface lots service one street or a couple of streets. And we need, as one of the bigger landowners in the downtown area, to evaluate what that looks like for us. What do we want for downtown Paris as well? And what can we facilitate, or what can we do to improve it for the future? We've had obviously there's been some direction to investigate enhanced residential development. I believe that came in early 2024. So these are the sort of things we've been doing, and, you know, while it seems like it has been a long time, we've been out trying to figure out how to fulfill some of council's direction on what downtown Paris looks like. And I think while it's been, 2.5, 3 years, this is the culmination of a lot of that. So I hope that answers any question. I'm happy to clarify anything as it relates to the master plan and things that have happened over the past few years.
Okay, Councillor McAlpine.
It's been alluded to, but in the past, in general, the Grand River Conservation Authority hasn't allowed development in the downtown floodplain. Has that changed?
Through the mayor. So with respect to the downtown floodplain, it's what we would call a special policy area. So so generally in Ontario, there's a prohibition on building within a floodplain. A special policy area acknowledges that the area is historic. It has previously been built up. There is flood risk, but the economic benefit of the downtown area in this instance can outweigh some of that risk. So conversation with the GRCA, they need to approve things, but they look at, and that's why we're doing part of that hydraulic analysis, they look at the risk of the flooding, how the water flows, how deep it gets, and we have to evaluate the risk together, but there is opportunity for development to happen as long as it aligns with the policies from 1987 that were put in place by the provincial government, by the GRCA, and by the county. So there are permissions for it, but the GRCA, yes, is very heavily involved with that.
Okay, Lucas, do you want to speak before I open it up to the public?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to sort of comment with sort of some of my thoughts on this. Because, I think just about 2.5 years ago now, I brought forward the original motion that had us have staff look at increased density in our downtown core. And this is sort of a realization of that, or at least the information meeting that leads towards that realization. And I sort of wanted to speak on why I think this is important for us to look at and for us to do. As we look at here right now, about half of our acreage is currently surface parking lots. And as Adam alluded to, we've often around this table, we've talked about, wanting to be forward-looking, looking forward on things. And that's, I think, not letting opportunities for us to deal with issues we know we're going to have pass us by. So to answer Councillor Bell's earlier question, so I was the former council liaison for the BIA, and the previous iteration of the board did have some conversation on this when I brought forward that original motion. They were in favor of it at the time, because what this residential development represents is, 200 residential units amongst the various development of people who are a captured sort of client base for the various businesses down here. And for our downtown core to continue to grow and be vibrant, you need that sort of residential base that's down here. There's lots of turnover right now, and that's because there's not a significant amount of residential that is downtown. I see folks online complain that our downtown is very tourism focused, and that's because there is not that residential downtown. This addresses this issue. So I just wanted to sort of speak as to, why I'm in favor of the direction that's sort of being presented in information here, and why I think, people are worried about the height of the buildings. I think, we got to look at the bigger picture here and what's best for the downtown. And, there's two directions communities can go. They can either stagnate and decay, or they can grow and become more vibrant. So that's sort of my thoughts on this.
Thanks, Councillor Oakley. Okay, let's open it up to the public now. There is a form on the podium right inside the door there. If any of you want to be kept in the loop on any of these public hearings, please sign your name and your email on those sheets, and we'll keep you in the loop. So with that being said, is there anyone in the room that wants to come up and speak to this proposal? I'll ask for the second time. Is there anyone in the room that wants to come up and speak to this proposal? Seeing none, I'll ask the third and final time. Is there anyone in the room that wants to come up and speak to this proposal? Seeing none, I'll call this part of the meeting closed. It's on the floor. It has a seconder. Any other comments, council, before we call the vote? Remembering that this is only for information. There's not going any further than information right now. With that being said, I'll call the vote to support the recommendation for information. Wait a minute, are you voting, Councillor Chambers, or wanting to speak before we vote?
Just to clarify, we're receiving this for information,
That's it.
and we're not dealing with the recommendation for the zoning to implement.
They'll bring that to us again at a different meeting. I know that you don't feel comfortable with this, but it's what's in front of us right now. So we're going to vote for the recommendation, for information. All those in favor to receive.
Well,
Councillor Chambers?
you're calling the motion to receive, but the recommendation is not just to receive. Could I ask the clerk to read what we are voting on?
To receive as information.
Through your worship, the staff recommendation moved is that report RPT 017726 be received as information, and any comments/submissions regarding this application be referred to staff for review, and that staff be directed to return to council with a recommendation for the zoning to implement the objectives of the Downtown Paris Master Plan and the community and stakeholder feedback as summarized in this report.
Good with that, Councillor Chambers? So we've called the vote, it's passed, and we'll move on. 9.2, 191 Pinehurst Road. And again, this is a public meeting. Public will be able to comment on this. Right now, we're going to hear from staff, and then we're going to hear from a member of the agent of the applicant, and then again, we'll put it over to committee and then to the public. So whenever you're ready, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, everyone. This presentation is for zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 426AV for the property municipality known as 191 Pinehurst Road, submitted by CB Planning on behalf of the owner, Powerline Holdings, Inc. This application is being presented for information purposes only, and no recommendation is being made at this time. The subject lands are located on the west side of Pinehurst Road in Paris. The property is approximately 0.81 hectares or 2 acres in size, with about 99 meters of frontage along Pinehurst Road. The lands are currently vacant and are not in active agricultural use. The site is located within the urban settlement area of Paris, between existing commercial plazas to the north and south, with residential uses also located to the west and east. The subject lands are designated community corridor under the County of Grant Official Plan 2023. They are currently zoned agriculture under the zoning bylaw 6116. The application proposes to rezone the subject lands from agricultural to general commercial with a site-specific exception, or C2-XX. This would facilitate the development of 2 commercial buildings intended to accommodate a range of uses, including retail, office, and service commercial uses. The site-specific exception requested to permit a reduced rear yard setback of 4 meters, whereas 7.5 meters is required in the C2 zone. At this stage, there are a few key points to highlight. The lands are currently vacant and not in active agricultural use, and are situated between existing commercial plazas to the north and south. No natural heritage features have been identified on the property. No objections were received to the technical circulation process. The proposal is expected to utilize existing municipal infrastructure. And staff have received 2 public comments raising concerns related to privacy, noise, traffic, lighting, and the reduced rear yard setback, as well as potential construction impacts on adjacent residential properties to the west. These comments have been noted and will be considered as part of the ongoing review. Should the application be approved, detailed matters will be addressed through the site plan control process where appropriate. The technical circulation has been completed. The staff will continue to work with the applicant and review technical details, and a recommendation report is anticipated for the June council meeting. Therefore, this application is for a zoning bylaw amendment to rezone the subject lands from agriculture to general commercial with a site-specific exception. As this report is for information only, the staff have kept the presentation brief. Thank you, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
As I said in the beginning, this is a public meeting, and it is open. We have the applicant, or an agent of the applicant here to speak. Cynthia, do you want to come up? Yeah. If you could just give us your full name and who you represent, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, good evening, everyone. Cynthia Basitich of CB Planning. I'm the agent on the file. I concur with the information that was presented by the planner. Thank you, Efsoon. Further to comments that were received from neighbors through the circulation of the application, for context and in helping understanding of what can be anticipated, I just wanted to add the following. Further to this submission, we have prepared a complete site plan control package inclusive of pardon me, I pressed the wrong button. Inclusive of a landscape plan that is now up on the screen, completed by a landscape architect. Importantly, we've considered the views of privacy from the residential neighbors and the views of the for this site from the surrounding properties. The current layout, I know you can't see it extremely well, but just to go over the high level importance of what is provided and illustrated, the 63 trees in total and enhanced landscaping throughout the site, and specifically along that rear property line, there are 11 deciduous trees of 3 varieties that will be installed at 10 to 12 feet in height at time of install. And then the second image at the bottom illustrates that the growth will be 30 feet in height within 5 years. So over time, this will create a dense and continuous landscape buffer in combination with the 6-foot board-on-board privacy fence, creating a substantial screening between the proposed development and residential behind. As the planner indicated, the landscaping details and final review of the site plan will be dealt with through site plan control. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
I think we're going to open it up to the floor first. Is there anyone in the room that wants to come and speak to this application? I'll ask for the second time. Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to this application, to or against? Is there anyone in the room for the third time that wants to come up and speak to or against this application? Seeing none, we'll call this part of the process closed, and we'll take it back. Can I get someone to put it on the floor, please? Councillor Housing, Councillor Coleman. Council, do you have questions to the applicant and to the presenter? Councillor Pierce is first, and Councillor Oakley.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, can you do me a favor and just go back to the last bit, to that one there? That shows, what I'm looking at is the parking lot that's going to be out front. That gives it a little better picture than what we see here. Where I'm going with this is, obviously there's enough parking spaces that are required there, but you're looking for a 4-meter proposed rear yard setback. I'm wondering if you were to take out one row of parking spots, what are they, 6 feet wide? That's 2 meters, which puts you to 6 meters rather than 4 meters. Is there any possibility of that? Does that still give you enough parking spots and give a little bit more rear?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mr. Mayor, we can take a look at that. We did go through a variety of scenarios, and in looking at the plan offhand, I should probably know off by heart where we meet or may exceed the parking by 1 or 2. Certainly, we don't want to be deficient, but we're happy to have a look at that. Through requesting the relief on the rear yard of 3.5 meters, it is the expected design to actually function accordingly for this development to work. But we will have a look through that, through the design again. I can refresh that and see if that makes sense. Then we're happy to accommodate.
Thank you.
Councillor Oakley.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, if I could ask you to actually go back to the last slide there, the one with the tree, yeah. To sort of pick along the same thread here as Councillor Pierce, recognizing, of course, that this is, you know, a graphic. I do think as well that, at least in the way that's shown with the fully mature trees, that it looks like you're a little space constrained there, particularly with the foliage going over sort of the property line of the residential homeowners there, it being abutting against your building there. I think having that extra space might be beneficial for the trees there too. Just sort of some food for thought. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Oakley, and through you, Mr. Mayor. And this is conceptual. There are 3 different varieties, tulip maple, and the third one, I can't recall offhand. And so they are very much of a lollipop deciduous tree, which this was drawn up so we could have something helpful to illustrate here for you tonight. It's taken into consideration, absolutely. It actually is a great point in that it's the reason why spruce trees, for example, don't make sense here, because they grow, their diameter is far too too large for the space. So Jim McCracken, the landscape architect, has taken into consideration the width so that in essence what will be planted will thrive and sustain for the long term. But thank you for your comments, and I'll certainly note those.
Councillor Miller, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the proponent. If I could pick one special exception I wouldn't want to see change, that would be the rear yard setback. But that's the one you want to change, like reduce the number of parking spaces by 1 or 2, whatever. But this is what you're asking for. So to Councillor Pierce's comments, yeah, if it's something that could be changed, I would certainly want to see it changed based on the fact that it's abutting, as you know, residential. So you talked about deciduous trees, you talked about a 6-foot board-on-board fence. I just want to ask here, the Volcano, the guys that are building this, they're obviously not, they're not new to the party. They probably built a few of these before, and I'm just wondering, what have they done in other applications where they've built up, commercial areas and then they're abutting residential? Is it just a 6-foot fence with some hedges, or what do they do there?
Thank you for your comments, and through you, Mr. Mayor, you're absolutely correct, is that Volcano is not new to the table, and they very much develop prestige commercial sites, including the 2 adjacent ones to this site, and of course up on Rest Acres Road. I wasn't involved with the 2 that have been developed, but perhaps through staff there's maybe a quick answer in terms of exactly what is at the rear. However, it is the identical 6-foot board-on-board fence for certain. I don't believe any requested relief was asked, but I'll leave that for the planners to act. I think Brandon is going to check.
Yeah, and the reason I'm asking is because I'm wondering how that's working for those neighbors, right? So, I know not every situation is the same, but I'm curious. Is it working for those neighbors?
Point well taken.
Councillor Bell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to our applicant. Whenever I see requests for variances, it just triggers in my mind that this is driven by the economics of the application. If you stayed within our zoning bylaw and kept the 7.5 metre rear yard setback, would this development be economic? And if it's not, what would you have to do to make it economic?
Excellent question, Mr. Bell, and perhaps more pointed to the developer and Mr. Vicano. However, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think in response, what I'm hearing is that if we can make it work as per the bylaw standard, then we'll try and do that. So if I may have the opportunity, we can go back to the drawing board and see what that looked like and where what needed to give or take. I think with the number of developments and experience that that Vicano has brought forward, I think they are exceptional in what they achieve, and they certainly know what it would take to make it work both financially but also functionally on the site. And I think I'll leave it at that, and we can work through soon, and I can come back to providing a plan that shows what it would look like at the 7.5 meters. I believe that's where we started, and this is where we've now landed with our request now in front of you. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Pierce, you have another question? No? Okay, Councillor Oakley?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just less of a question, I suppose, but a request. I'm just curious as to if the reason why you've gotten here is this council has been very vocal about not wanting to see parking special exceptions and reductions in parking. So I'm just curious as if that has influenced instead seeking a rear yard setback exception rather than going for a parking exception.
Great point, Councillor Oakley. Through you, Mr. Mayor, through our discussions and consensus and in achieving this plan with staff, that was certainly one of the discussion points, is not seeking a variance on the parking. So I believe to fairly answer your question is yes. I will circle back to what some of the conversations and notes were in terms of where we started. This one has had quite a long duration and discussion at the staff level to come to a consensus of what could be supported and would work. We're happy to revisit that. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else at committee have any more questions? Councillor Haley, you're first.
Yes, through you. I just wanted to ask how the concerns of the residents, the letters that are attached, how they were addressed.
Thank you, Councillor Haley. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we received those comments just on Friday through the agenda. And so at first glance, I called up soon to understand that they were received, and I read her responses. And as identified by the planner, they will be dealt with through site plan control. And it's exactly what prompted me to show the illustration of the landscape plan, because that wasn't part of the circulation to the neighbors. So in essence, I hope that it was helpful in furthering understanding to what can be expected once site plan control is completed and approved, as far as the beautification of the site and enhanced landscaping, which will again create the privacy and the buffering as shown.
Any
Thank you.
other questions from committee? Seeing none, does everyone have a copy of the recommendation in front of them? Do you want it read? Does anyone want it read? Okay, so everyone's clear on what we're voting on? If we can just get Councillor Bell back on this, or Councillor Howes back on the screen for me so I can see how he votes. Okay, everyone's clear. We're going to call the vote. All those in favor of the recommendation? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, the next one on the agenda is 9.3, which is a public hearing again. I'll declare the public meeting open. And we have, first of all, our planner is coming up. Lauren's coming up, and then Ava's online, I believe. The agent of the applicant. We'll speak to her when we get there. Whenever you're ready, Lauren.
Thank you. I'll be presenting zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 925 LG, submitted by King and Benton Group of Companies, agent on behalf of Whispering Grand Farms, Inc., owners of lands located at 428 and 452 West River Road. The application is to be received for information at this time. The subject lands are located south of Glen Morris Road, east of West River Road, and west of the Grand River, within the geographic township of South Dumfries. The lands have a frontage of approximately 650 meters along West River Road in an area of approximately 33.2 hectares. The subject lands are currently an active agricultural farm that produces cash crops. The lands contain 2 single detached dwellings, a historic farmhouse, newly built single detached dwelling, and 3 accessory structures. The subject lands are designated as agriculture and natural heritage system within the official plan and are zoned as agriculture, natural heritage, and with a temporary use permission, which has been applied to a portion of the lands to permit 2 dwellings, this single detached farmhouse in addition to the newly constructed dwelling. There is some previous application history on this property. So the owner of the subject lands received a building permit in September of 2020 to construct a new single detached dwelling on the property. At this time, the agricultural zone only permitted 1 dwelling. Therefore, the property owners entered into an agreement with the county to remove the existing dwelling within 90 days of occupancy of the new dwelling. This is the standard process for replacement dwellings. The existing dwelling in the property is the old farmhouse, which is constructed in the 1860s. The dwelling is listed on the county's heritage inventory, which does not provide the same protections as properties designated under the Ontario Heritage Act. The temporary use zoning bylaw was approved in September 2022 to permit the farmhouse in addition to the new residential dwelling for a total of 2 dwelling units on the same property for a period of up to 3 years. A 2-year extension was granted by council on July 8th, 2025. And the temporary use is now set to expire on July 8th, 2027. The purpose of the temporary use permission was to allow time to work towards the permanent conservation of the historic farmhouse on the property. The applicants are proposing to amend the zoning from agriculture to agricultural special exception to permit the existing stone farmhouse as a detached additional residential unit. They are proposing the following site-specific zoning regulations. The development area for the additional residential unit shall be confined to an area of 0.4 hectares, including the additional residential unit and any attributed accessory structures, septic, well, landscaped open space, and parking spaces shared with or used solely as part of the farm operation are excluded from the development area. As part of the historic farm building cluster, the additional residential unit may be accessed from the separate entrance from municipal right-of-way as the primary dwelling. And as part of the historic building cluster, the additional residential unit may be located approximately 500 meters from the primary dwelling unit. Key considerations include cultural heritage. A cultural heritage impact assessment was submitted as part of a complete application. The assessment advises the farmhouse meets 7 out of 9 criteria for designation under the Heritage Act and strongly recommends the dwelling at 428 West River Road be protected through designation, as well as impact to agriculture. Minimum distance separation was reviewed for all livestock facilities within 750 meters to confirm if there would be impact to existing livestock facilities if they wish to expand in the future. The application was previously presented at the April 27th Agricultural Advisory Committee for information and direction. The committee advised that they are opposed to the zoning bylaw amendment application and advised there are distance concerns with the neighboring farm. The applicant is reviewing the MDS setback requirements from the farm that was indicated. The application was also presented at the May 7th Heritage Committee for information and direction. The committee advised that the existing farmhouse at 428 West River Road merits designation under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act based on its cultural heritage value. and advise that the designation and conservation of the dwelling support the continued permission of 2 residential units on the agricultural property consistent with the provincial planning statement and County of Brant official plan. No public comments were received as part of the public circulation, and the application is to be received for information at this time. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. We'll go to the people in the room first. Is there anyone in the room that wants to come up and speak to? Oh, I'm sorry. Ava, you have a presentation also. There you are.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I do have a presentation. There's going to be a little bit of overlap. Lauren did a fabulous job, so I think what I'll do is probably skip through the first few slides in the essence of time, but I will share my screen now. Am I sharing my screen? Can you see it?
No, you're not. Now you are.
Okay. Okay. So yes, as I was saying, my name is Ava Barnett, and I'm representing the owner for the requested zoning bylaw amendment at 428 and 452 West River Road. We understand the site location and the designation and the zoning. And Lauren went through the temporary zoning permissions that were applied to the site. She also went through the site history and did a very comprehensive job with that. So we all understand the site history and the requested zoning bylaw amendment. And the request is being sought in order to preserve the significant built heritage resource in the County of Brant. So there is some historic context to the site. As part of this submission, a cultural heritage impact assessment was completed, and the farmhouse was determined to have very significant value in all areas. Historically, the dwelling is associated with 2 families that made a significant contribution to settlement and agriculture. Architecturally, the dwelling is a great example of fieldstone construction in the county in a Georgian vernacular style, with the fieldstone having been harvested locally. And contextually, the dwelling is in close proximity to the Grand River and the historic settlement of Glenmorris, as well as being located along West River Road, which is an early settlement road. The dwelling was actually deemed to meet 7 out of 9 legislated criteria for designation under the Ontario Heritage Act, and as such is considered to be a significant built heritage resource under the Planning Act. The report recommended designation under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act and strongly recommended that the zoning be approved. And on this slide are the 9 legislated criteria used for evaluating built heritage significance under OREG 906. And for context, a resource meeting only 2 of these is eligible for designation, whereas the stone farmhouse on this property meets 7, which is significant. In terms of policy alignment, the PPS permits up to 2 additional residential units on agricultural lots and encourages planning authorities to implement proactive strategies for conserving significant built heritage resources. The current ARU permissions can be applied to the farmhouse, as the MDS has been satisfied for both existing dwellings. The existing farmhouse does not hinder surrounding agricultural operations. It has appropriate sewage and water services. No additional lands will be removed from agricultural production. And the farmhouse is located within the existing farm building cluster. Similarly, the official plan permits up to 2 ARUs in the agricultural designation and encourages a proactive approach to the identification and documentation of cultural heritage resources. The current ARU permissions can also be applied to the farmhouse in this instance, as the lot size is appropriate for existing services. The existing farmhouse is located within the farm building cluster. Suitable parking is provided on site. There's access from a municipal right-of-way. MDS has been satisfied for both existing dwellings, and no additional land will be removed from agricultural production. While not yet enforced, the draft section 2.18 of the official plan housekeeping amendments supports adaptive reuse of heritage buildings. It states that built heritage resources shall be conserved. And it also directs that should permitted uses of a property prevent relevant policies from being implemented, the county will consider a reasonable and appropriate compromise to meet the overall goals of the plan with respect to cultural heritage conservation. And the arts, county's arts, culture, and heritage strategy models best practices in heritage conservation and designation of landmark heritage resources. As Lauren touched on, the proposed zoning bylaw amendment was brought before the Agricultural Advisory Committee in April, and a couple of comments were raised. A committee member raised the concern with the location of the farmhouse in relation to the hog farm north of the subject lands and the owner's ability to expand in the future, should that be desired. The farmhouse was noted to be over 900 meters from the hog barns, and when a 900-meter radius was applied to the adjacent lands, although the farmhouse was outside of this, there are several much closer residences that are captured within. Another comment was made about the possibility of a future consent application. However, the existing lot of record is 33.2 hectares, so a severance would not be supported. The proposal was also brought before the Heritage Committee recently, and it was unanimously agreed, as Lauren mentioned, that the farmhouse warrants designation under the Act, and that preserving the dwelling justifies the continued permission of 2 residential units on the land. A committee member did voice concern as to whether this could be seen as precedent setting. However, this is unlikely given the unique situation with a very significant built heritage resource. This proposal is consistent with the PPS and maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan and zoning bylaw. Recognizing that the current situation predates the ARU policy framework, this proposal constitutes adaptive reuse and conservation of a significant built heritage resource and will facilitate designation under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Thank you, and I'd be happy to try to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We're going to open it up now to the floor. Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this application? Ask for the second time, is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this application? Yeah. Do you want to come up? Okay. And if you can give us your full name, please, and your address.
So I followed this a little bit. Did we kind of zombie walk into a building that was to be vacated, built another one, and now we have 2 buildings on a site, and now we're trying to make that work, which I think is okay because it's a lot of land. So I do appreciate the spirit of that, and I'm curious as to if the severance was allowed to occur, if that was allowed to occur on the property tax revenue side, would we be ahead if it was 2 separate properties, or are we, is it close enough as we are now?
Who wants to speak to that?
Through the mayor to the delegation. So planning doesn't look at property taxes and assess it from a property tax perspective, so that's not something we would be addressing through a planning analysis. So we'd be looking at it purely whether there's an impact on the agricultural side to conform to our severance policies.
Is there ever a report like that's our revenue for the corporation and the county, right? So when does that ever get looked at, proposed income from sites?
It does, but not at a planning meeting. We asked you for your name and your address, please.
Oh, sorry, David Swanson, 384 Robinson Road.
Thank you. Thank you. Is that it? Okay, is there anyone else in the room that wants to come up and speak to or against the application? I'll ask for the second time again, is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this application? And I'll ask for a third and final time, is there anyone that wants to speak to this application? Seeing none, I'll put this part of the meeting to bed and close it. And I'm going to ask for a motion to get it on the floor. Councillor Pierce, Councillor Coleman, and council committee. What do you have? Councillor Haley, you want to speak to it?
Yes, through you. I really believe in preserving heritage. I think that's very important. I think it's a comment basically that I think of all the heritage brick and wooden farmhouses that were torn down before the ARU. It's too bad we couldn't have saved some of those. That's just a comment.
Thank you. Councillor Pierce, and then Councillor Miller, then Councillor Oakley.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Lauren. Just clarification, I think you were talking, you stated that when it went to the Agricultural Committee, there were some concerns, some distance concerns with the neighbor's farm. Now, is that as opposed to MDS, is that what we're talking here?
So through the mayor, yes, so that was in relation to minimum distance setback from an existing livestock facility.
Okay, so that's what they spoke of, the hogs, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. And just one other question, if I could. So, as far as this being an ARU, it was my understanding that there's got to be a certain distance from the primary dwelling in order for it to be classified as an ARU, and this is way over that, is it not?
Through the mayor, yes, that's correct. So the zoning bylaw has specific provisions that it must be within the farm building cluster or within 40 meters. And then our official plan also has separate policies which speak to being within the farm building cluster, or if there isn't a farm building cluster, then it must be within the minimum distance of the property frontage.
Right, and does it not also get into like entrances and power sources and utilities and that sort of stuff?
Through the mayor, yes, that is correct.
Which this has none of those.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to maybe to Lauren. Similar line. So there's two separate entrances, correct?
Through the mayor, yes, that is correct.
So, we know with the ARUs, they're to have the same septic system, I believe, and the same well and the same services, yes?
Yes, through the mayor, that is correct. With the septics and wells, we do have that within our policies. There is a chance that the policy division may be updating that to be should instead of shall, just because sometimes at the implementation stage for building permits, they aren't able to accommodate everything. But with regards to entrances and everything, then yes, that is a requirement.
Okay, so the applicant is trying to bring this forward under our ARU policies, and I guess if you look at our bylaws for ARU, they would be violating most of those. And to say that we allow up to two ARUs on agriculture lots, it's a little bit disingenuous in that this doesn't really meet any of the specifications of the ARUs that we have. So I question bringing this application forward under that designation. But I guess we'll see how it goes. I don't think ARUs were meant to piecemeal up agricultural property, but thank you.
Councillor Oakley.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, one quick question to the applicant and then a question to staff. Ava, if the one slide you kind of skipped through at the beginning, did I read correctly that in 2019 it was agreed in order to build the property that this one would have to be taken down?
That's correct. So an agreement was entered into it through the county, and securities were posted to have the building demolished within 90 days of occupancy of the new residential dwelling.
Okay, thank you. And then to staff, so just to conceptualize this, if we were looking at this as back in 2019, had this been a heritage designated property, would we have permitted tearing it down to build a new property at that time?
Through the mayor, so had the property been heritage designated at that time, then it would not be permitted to be demolished. There are specific provisions that would have protected it under the Ontario Heritage Act.
So in that sort of, to follow that line of thought, then at that point, it would not have been permitted to build what is the current primary dwelling that they are presumably occupying?
Through the mayor, if had it
Without
been
exception.
designated, then yes, it would have been preserved, so they would not have been permitted an additional dwelling.
Yeah, so sort of my initial thoughts with this would be, you know, there was a comment from the Heritage Committee that this wouldn't be precedent setting, but I would argue within the Sherman Council, we've already set a precedent on how similar properties have been dealt with. So I'm sort of reluctant, especially acknowledging that had heritage designation and heritage protection been desirous to begin with, the additional property wouldn't, the additional dwelling would not have been able to be built in the first place. So this seems like another way to find an avenue to get, you know, have your cake and eat it too. So, thank you.
Councillor Kyle?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Councillor Oakley asked most of my questions that I was going to ask, but I think I would just provide a little bit of context from the agricultural advisory. The concern, as the applicant has pointed out, the existing barns today, there are houses that are in closer proximity than what this one would be. However, thinking about any sort of future growth for that hog farm, any new facility would have to be built further back on the property, which would then potentially put it in conflict. So that's where the concern from the Agricultural Advisory Committee came from, not as it stands today, but knowing that there's a young farming family there and the potential they may want to expand at some point in the future, that would limit them on that property.
Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, probably to Lauren. The site-specific zoning regulations are what the applicant wants. This is not something that we could find if we went through our regulations and bylaws. For example, the applicant says the historic farm building cluster may be located approximately 500 metres from the primary dwelling. We say nothing about that in our ARU regulations. In our official plan, section 1.10, page 74 of 285 for the record, there are lots of reasons why we should not consider this. This is a request for an additional residential unit outside of a settlement area. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, yes, that is correct.
So there are at least 5 conditions there which say these things shall happen. And in my world of contracts, shall means there isn't a choice. You shall means shall, doesn't mean should. It doesn't mean we can consider something else. So if this was to go further, I think it would require, at the very least, an amendment to our official plan, because this is written in our official plan. I have an objection in principle, having been around in 2019 when the applicant came and said, yes, we will demolish this existing building. I think this is an ethical problem that we have to resolve. And to that, I would ask the question, and maybe this is to the applicant's agent, why is it only now that a cultural heritage designation is being sought? I think it's because it can be used to perhaps argue the case for retaining the property in contravention to an agreement made in 2019 to demolish it. Thank you.
Councillor Chambers?
Just a procedural matter, Mr. Chairman. This is a application that was presented for information and to receive information. We're getting into a deliberation on the merits of the proposal, which we're not supposed to be doing. So I just remind my colleagues that deliberation occurs at the next meeting, not at this meeting. So if you have questions of clarification, now is the time to ask them, but to offer opinions and to be critical of the application, this is not the time to do that.
Are there any more comments or concerns? Everyone has the recommendation in front of them. Everyone's clear on what they're voting on. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. Thank you. Uh, 10.1, which is the official plan amendment. This is Brandon again. It is a public meeting and I'll declare it open. And Brandon, whenever you're ready.
thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to council. So I don't have a formal presentation on this one, but I will just provide some context. So I will first start by thanking Emily Stanley. She works with Nethery Consulting. She's been helping us on these official plan amendment projects. She's helping us kind of monitor and update the official plan in general, which is why you're kind of seeing these consistent proposals to amend the plan. It's important to make sure that we're listening to feedback from the public, monitoring what's going on with the province, and updating the plan accordingly. So with respect to this particular proposal, it's with respect to home-based business and home-based industry. So this item really is a follow-up to Council's kind of previously approved home-based business pilot program, which was intended to modernize an outdated home occupation framework that exists in the zoning. And it responds to changes in the local economy, which we did namely during the pandemic, and we've seen some success with that. So we're proposing making a permanent framework in the official plan. We continue to receive regular inquiries, particularly from rural residents, about home-based uses, with some interest in these policies in particular. And you'll see that interest in some of the public comments that have been submitted. The intent behind these policies is to establish a clear and consistent framework, one that allows home-based business activities, but sets firm limits intended to manage their impacts and provide some certainty for applicants, neighbors, and staff. This regulatory approach allows us to say yes, but with rules, rather than simply prohibiting the uses that the province does allow, and we know that they are already occurring in some of these instances. So when the policies are overly restrictive, which we have found them to be in the past, the activities tend to occur informally, leading to kind of reactive and case-by-case decision-making. It also leads to the complaint-based inquiries that we get once in a while. But this new framework is intended to help us manage that proactively and holistically. So it recognizes that some of these uses can provide a benefit to the municipality and to the public. And the official plan would set this direction, and the detailed implementation would follow through the community planning permit system and through other tools. So staff are recommending adoption of this draft of the policies that are before you, and we're happy to answer any questions or receive any additional commentary.
Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to this? It's not really just an amendment, business policy for Brandon. Does anyone want to speak to Brandon? Does everyone have it in front of them, first of all? No? No, they don't. Is there anyone in the room that wants to come up and speak to this issue? To Brandon? Come on up. Sure you can, yeah. Just your name and your address, please, when you get to the podium.
Am I on?
Go on.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is John Lane. I reside at 1288 Highway 54. Since 2009, I've been a resident of Brant County. What brought me here was I married a Douglas. So if you go along Highway 54 and you see Douglas on the barns, I married one of them. Joanne Douglas is my wife, and she's born and raised in Brant County there in Ward 5. And we pay property taxes because we own our land. And so that makes me a taxpayer here. But beyond my civic duty of paying my taxes, I also like to serve my community. So I'm currently the president of the Middleport Heritage Society, contributing back to my community. We like to promote the heritage of Middleport and Onondaga, and we're in the midst of restoring the historic St. Paul's, formerly Anglican Church. In my day job or career, I've been a building official in Ontario since 1988. My early days was a building inspector. I'm now currently a chief building official in a large municipality. It's my job to enforce the Ontario Building Code there, and to be very familiar and to enforce the zoning bylaw. In fact, over the years, I've enforced over 10 different zoning bylaws in 4 different municipalities. And I don't need to remind you that zoning bylaws exist to ensure and to preserve the health and safety of the public and to uphold and maintain the minimum quality of life conditions in municipal neighborhoods. So maybe that makes me a bit more keen to zoning bylaw infractions. So last December 2025, a property municipally known as 1275 Highway 54. It's 18 acres. It fronts onto Highway 54 and extends to the banks of the Grand River. It has no buildings on it. I think the last time it was farmed was about 3 years ago. On that property, at least 20 garden sheds were brought on, repositioned there, relocated there. And at least 5 of them were large enough that they needed building permits. The property is zoned the same as mine, agriculture or an A zone. And these sheds were being showcased for sale, meaning that this was a commercial or retail operation, something that's not permitted in an A zone. It kind of reminds you of a Home Depot parking lot or a used car lot with all the cars beside each other except their garden sheds. And no idea where they're constructed. Not on the property, there's no buildings on the property. Maybe they were constructed in Nanticoke because the owner of the property of 1275 Highway 54 is a business with 2 directors who live in Nanticoke. Maybe they're manufactured there, maybe they're manufactured in the United States, maybe in China. I have no idea where these sheds have come from. And a complaint was lodged with the county in mid-December, and we were all the neighbors that we were talking about this were pleased to hear that a notice of violation was issued to the owner of the property, and with a very generous compliance deadline of mid-March. So I followed up myself with the bylaw officer in mid-March, and I said that the sheds are still there. And the bylaw officer says, well, we decided to extend the deadline of our notice of violation an extra 2 weeks. So I waited to the beginning of April, and I communicated with the bylaw officer again. And I was advised at that time by the bylaw officer, and this is the bylaw officer's words, the owners still have active applications with the planning department to permit on-farm diversified use. While applications are active, I am not able to proceed with any type of enforcement action. So I would suggest that this is a commercial operation. It's not farm or ag-related. The commercial use of this property, in fact, reduces good, valuable farmland, and it does not support agritourism, nor does it support any kind of farm experience activities. So when I found out that, I decided to do some research. Well, no, actually, before I did my research, I gave the county one more chance, and I sent an email to the planning department, and the response I got was, if an on-farm diversified use or agriculture-related use are proposed and conform to the zoning, then there is no public planning application process, similar to when a house or a commercial building that conforms to zoning is permitted and does not get circulated to the public for consultation or notice. Only those applications that require a planning approval, such as a minor variance, zoning amendment, or consent are currently listed. With respect to the on-farm diversified use, these can include a large variety of uses and defined as means use or uses that are secondary to the principal agricultural use of the property and area limited and are limited in area. And as per your zoning bylaw 6.4 sub K, the on-farm diversified use must meet all applicable requirements of the Ontario Building Code, the Ontario Fire Code, municipal implementation guidelines, and require an approved building permit to legally establish the use. And this is the part of the bylaw from your own planning department that got me. A shed construction / shed retail operation could meet the definition of an on-farm diversified use consistent to the zoning definition and the on-farm diversified use guidelines. If the use conforms to the zoning, it would only be subject to a minor site plan process from the planning perspective. Sort of sounds like a rubber stamp to me. So this is when I did my research, and Ontario was kind enough to provide guidelines on permitted uses in prime agricultural areas. And OFA has written a discussion paper on farm diversified uses. And both of these two documents do not support a shed store on an agricultural property.
I've got to interrupt you just for a minute.
Yep.
Someone's going to call point of order on me any second.
I'm going too long?
No, not that you've gone too long. It's just that you're talking about a specific situation that's sort of in planning now.
Okay.
You've mentioned bylaw, which means it's still.
Yep.
So I'm going to get called in a minute, so.
Well, I'm almost done. One more paragraph. So it seems to me that people who want to start a commercial operation or a retail business are attempting to use the on-farm diversified use as a blank check to allow them to do anything they want. They pay ag property taxes rather than commercial property taxes. The tone of the email I received from the county leads me to believe that this shed store is fine in a farmer's field. Next door, 1289 Highway 54, they're now operating a pod business. So you call for one of these pods, they come to your home, you put all your furniture in there on moving day, and then the pod gets moved around. So pods are coming day in and night, and I'm worried that, and I know this business is not permitted in an ag zone from just my personal experience in the business. I know that's not permitted under zoning, but I'm very worried that the county or the county staff will give them a blank check too. So I'm bringing this matter to the attention of this council that the county should be making maybe better decisions. No sheds, no pods on properties that are agriculturally zoned. And I know it's tricky for you as a council. You want to promote economic development, but allowing businesses and commercial enterprises to occupy prime farmland, contrary to the intentions of our zoning bylaw, which are kind of ruining the life for us as neighbors on Highway 54, is certainly not the way to do it. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room that wants to come up and speak to this amendment? I'll ask for the second time. Is there anyone in the room that wants to come and speak to this amendment? And I'll ask for a third and final time. Is there anyone in the room that wants to come up and speak to this amendment? Seeing none, I'm going to call this meeting closed, and I'm going to ask someone to put it on the floor so we can talk about it. Councillor Kyle and Councillor Oakley. Committee, you have questions? Councillor Miller?
Two questions for Brandon, if I could. Brandon, when we looked at this before, maybe three questions. When we looked at this before, I remember clearly home-based business. But you brought in something called rural industry. What is the benefit / purpose of bringing in that component, rural industry?
Through the mayor, what I will highlight is maybe two things. The first is we've had some good conversations with our economic development staff, and that there's been interest, and they've looked into some of the kind of details, the financial details, economic details behind that. I'm happy to provide some supporting information from that regard. But the other piece would be the idea that some of these activities, whether we like them or not, do occur already. And having a blanket prohibition or silence in a regulation isn't always the best way to approach that. So putting up clearer bumpers for that type of use that we know is happening, and then regulating it accordingly is a better practice in the planning world than just a blanket prohibition.
Okay, so economic development, and you're saying some of these activities already occur, so let's just open it up. Okay, what I asked was, I want to know what the benefits of this are versus I know darn well that there's going to be a lot of problems with it. So, and I'll leave that for the discussion part, Mr. Mayor. Second question, if we don't approve this, and going back to what the gentleman from the audience said, the guy with the sheds, currently, they have an option, correct? If they want to try and proceed, they have an option of filling out a planning application and coming to planning committee?
Through the mayor, so as I understand with that particular property, provided it's a farm, there's an on-farm diversified use option. That's how I understand.
Okay, let's say it's not an on-farm diversified option. They want to do a machine shop. Do they have that option of coming forward to planning?
Yes,
Under our current, without approving this. Okay, so right now there is an option for people who want to go that route without approving the rural industry part. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Pierce.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. So, first of all, I think it's great we're, separating and identifying business versus industries. I think that's very important because there is a definite line there that needs to be, there needs to be a delineation there for sure. When it comes to managing outdoor activity and storage, it goes through and it talks about, it addresses the preference of indoor storage while permitting limited outdoor storage when necessary. Outdoor storage is capped at 25% of the total area, of the total floor area in use, ensuring it remains an accessory, which is great. So what I didn't see in here, and correct me if I'm wrong if I missed it, I'm sorry. So we've got a cap on the amount of space that you can use for outside storage, but it doesn't specify as to what you can store in outside storage. Now, if I missed that, again, I'm sorry, but is there anything, where does that come into play?
So through the mayor, typically, depending on the nature of it, so if we're concerned about the aesthetic of what's being stored, we would look at property standards. So there are other regulations that we would follow up to implement that. With respect to the zoning, you would be considering the land use. So as long as that storage is related to that use of the land, it would be permitted. And then there are other regulatory items that we can use to control that. So like I say, property standards is one, the site plan control idea or requiring kind of mitigation, buffering, fencing, those types of things, the potential for licensing of businesses like this, so we would have to go back and check them every year. There's other kind of regulatory opportunities and tools that would come after to implement the OPA. So we don't get into that detail in the official plan amendment itself, but that is on the radar.
Okay, so it is there.
Yeah,
So, yeah, because like I say, it's great that you've got a cap, you can only use 25%, which is perfect, but I just didn't read anything out of there as to, so if I've got a home-based business that's allowed, that would suggest that there are regulations somewhere that are going to be in play that you can't just store anything outside. Fair?
That's fair, yep.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Kyle.
What enforcement mechanisms are there, or what will
home-based business or an on-prem diversified uses allowed?
Yep, through the mayor. I'll start with the first question then. So there's kind of two parts to that. There would be the thresholds that we set in the official plan amendment itself. So what those are intended to do is kind of act as your ceiling. We'll call it that. So that kind of creates the box in which you can function. And then the other piece would be implementing those policies through the zoning bylaw. Or through the community planning permit system. So that would be the next kind of step in our process of creating this framework. So we haven't done that yet. There would be more conversation on that. And what we would look to do is not put the zoning standards at the ceiling. They would be lower, in essence, and provide the flexibility so that if people can't necessarily meet that, there's an opportunity to evaluate, have the discretion to evaluate something that could go beyond that, but still within that ceiling. So we're trying to create kind of a spectrum of permissions here. We're not just saying this is the exact permission you're allowed and everyone's allowed it. We just need to start with a threshold and put those bumpers up. That's important. We know not having the bumpers isn't working. That's why we're here. So that hopefully answers that first piece. And sorry, just remind me of the second question.
Yeah, so then what enforcement mechanisms would there be? So if something does outgrow what it's supposed to be?
Right. So as I mentioned, we've talked quite a bit about licensing internally, and that's one of the mechanisms that could potentially be there. We'll have to have some conversation with bylaw enforcement. They're readily involved with that, so there's an enforcement component to that. There's also from the planning side, the idea of zoning compliance. So regularly checking in to make sure that the compliance is there. We can issue compliance certificates, occupancy certificates to say we've evaluated your property, looked at the site, it checks the boxes for zoning. So there's those other kind of implementation and regulatory tools that would come after the fact. And we would piece those together kind of based on the commentary we're getting and propose a path forward with that.
Mr. Haley.
Thank you. Through you. I had a similar question to enforcement. It sounds a bit soft. It sounds like we would encourage. That's sort of what I'm hearing is like even the very last page. The county shall encourage, if you exceed the scale, the county shall encourage. It just seemed like, so that was a concern I had. Page 189 of our package, or no, sorry, I've got it from the last time. But you mentioned under home-based industries, 774, you mentioned class 3 industrial uses shall not be permitted. So that means class 1 and 2 industrial uses shall be permitted. So that's a question that I had. Do you want me to give you my final question and then leave it with you?
If I can go one by one, just based on my brain capacity right now. Yeah, so with respect to just your first comment about enforcement. So again, the official plan provides the high level, provides the bumpers. There would still be that implementation piece that can happen after the fact, and we would have discussions with our enforcement staff about that. This is just to provide some direction specifically so that, say, our economic development staff, when they're working with a business, they can say to them, these are the thresholds that are set by our zoning bylaw. You need to recognize that if in 5 years or 10 years you start to get close to that, there's going to have to be a conversation about that business being too large to be a home-based business. And then there would be enforcement opportunities if it does expand beyond the zoning permissions. Also usually on a complaint basis, but if it's beyond the zoning permissions, it would be able to, we would enforce those. With respect to the second question, sorry, just remind me of what that was. Yes. Yeah, so those classifications are based on the D6 guidelines, which are a provincial guideline that's provided to classify industrial uses. So generally, they're classified based on their potential impact to surrounding properties. Class 1 is kind of relatively low to no impact, so no kind of sound outside of buildings, no noise, no dust, not a lot of traffic generated. Class 2 maybe has a little bit more of that, and Class 3 would typically have a higher impact. So the idea here is that we're using that already established spectrum of standards to say Class 1 might be appropriate. We would enforce that by way of the licensing or site plan, whatever that ends up looking like. Class 2 is more discretionary, whereas we need to look at exactly what the impacts would be of that, and determine if that could be used. So that's a maybe. And then class 3 is a no. We're setting it up in the official plan to say if you have this high impact industrial type use, it's not going to be permitted on your home property.
Councillor Haley, could you make sure your mic's on? Thanks.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes, and my final question is, so I have a farm and I'd like to haul water. And so I would be allowed a certain percentage of my farm to be able to haul water. But what if I start to get too many trucks? Or would that even fit?
So through the mayor, because the way that the policies are structured right now, because it's a farm, it would default to the on-farm diversified use permissions, which we are proposing some updates to, but they are already in place. The idea with those is that there is a commercial aspect to that can diversify the farm operation. Outdoor storage of vehicles and trucking facilities, that type of stuff. There's some specific requirements that are going to go into the new zoning to very much limit what is allowed for that. And like I say, I think there's some opportunity for us to update our implementation as we move towards the new community planning permit system to make that stuff a bit stricter. The intention really there is, especially if it's a farm property, the farming comes first. If someone is diversifying, that's meant to stay secondary. It's meant to not negatively impact the surrounding farms. So that's where we need to look at how these policies themselves then can be implemented through the zoning.
Councillor Chambers.
Thank you. Just some comments and questions and suggestions and maybe some amendments. You would agree with me that this is pretty much a rewrite of the existing official plan as it relates to on-farm, off-farm uses.
So through the mayor, these two particular topics, home-based business and home-based industry, are not included in the official plan today. So it's not a rewrite, it's new.
Basically, it's a change. I would call it a large change to the existing official plan. And you're defining home-based business and home-based industry as moving forward, and you've defined them here. And I'm looking at this as maybe a home-based business is more urbanish and the home-based industry is more rural. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, that is a correct assumption.
Then in the rural area, if it's more of a business than an industry, what do you do then? For example, a farmer wants to sell firewood. Is that an industry, or is that a business, or is that a diversified use that doesn't apply here?
Through the mayor, provided that it is a farm operation, it would not apply with the business or home-based industry. So it would be an on-farm diversified use. So an on-farm diversified use, just to clarify, that kind of term can be an umbrella term for these industries and businesses.
So these are uses that are supportive of the agricultural system, is what we're trying to regulate.
Correct. We're trying to ensure that they don't negatively impact the agricultural system.
We had a professional planner a few months ago commenting on official plan amendments, and he made the suggestion that official plans should not be prescriptive in nature, leave that to the zoning bylaw. Official plans should be more policy orientated rather than regulatory. Do you want to comment on that?
Sure. Through the mayor, I do agree with that to some degree. I would also note that there is an opportunity in the impetus to an official plan is to provide direction. Your direction can be clear. Your direction can be high level. Providing specific numbers in official plan is a way to provide that clarity to people. If you look at the provincial planning statement, for example, decisions are intended to be consistent with that. It is very high level. There are very few numbers in that. But then you end up having opinions. Different people have opinions about different directions with that. I think that's the intent of that type of document. When you kind of zoom in a little bit to a more localized level, there's an opportunity to be a bit more specific. And that's where I would say it's finding a balance between that prescription and regulation. I do agree that zoning is more the implementation tool for regulation, but I do think in a plan, an official plan, especially if you have key objectives like protecting farmland, encouraging business, you need to make sure that your plan is doing what it needs to do to get you there.
With the proposed amendment, I'll just give you an example here, some of the language. Direction will be given on the potential to design of the type of building, ensuring that they resemble agricultural buildings rather than industrial warehouses. What's an agricultural building look like compared to an industrial warehouse? The point you don't have to answer that, but the point I'm making is that you're getting into very prescriptive verbiage, and perhaps if you go that route, you may be going to the extreme that the professional planner that spoke a few months ago is referring to. In the implementation-driven policy section of the official plan, you state that the official plan is a land use planning instrument intended to regulate land use. And we talked a little bit previously about regulations. The regulations are zoning bylaws and MD, those kind of things. That's not really true with official plans in terms of regulation. Do you want to just clarify that for me, what you mean by the official plan regulating land use?
Of course.
As opposed to providing policies for regulations to be put in place?
Through the mayor, what I would suggest is that an official plan acts as a foundational document intended to guide and regulate land use. So it feeds into the actual regulation, the implementation through zoning. So there is a level of regulation that it provides. It's just a much higher level than what the zoning would be to implement it.
So it's not a prescriptive regulation that we're looking at. It's a high-level policy is maybe a better verbiage in that area. And we're talking about land use planning. And official plans don't deal with land ownership planning, do they?
No, they do not.
We don't deal with ownership, we deal with land uses. There's another section that you're suggesting that we introduce a registration and licensing mechanism. That, to me, says that you're putting in place another layer of regulations for the people that are abiding by and conforming to the official plan. Now you want to regulate them by licensing them and registering them. Compare that to the existing uses that are in place now. Are they going to be licensed or going to have to be licensed and registered? To me, that's overreach, and I don't believe that should be a requirement at all, let alone a policy outlined in the official plan. Do you want to comment on that?
Through the mayor, yes. So what I would suggest here is we're just trying to be as transparent as possible about the potential regulations that would fall into place. So we understand that the land use of it in particular overlaps with some of the other things. And there are other regulatory tools under the Planning Act, but also under, say, the Municipal Act, like licensing, for example. And what we're just trying to do here is connect the dots with those. So be transparent about it. Let people know that this is an option, this is a direction the county's considering. Your official plan by itself doesn't do much. It needs to be implemented. It's a vehicle without tires, and you've got to put the tires on. The tools are the tires. So implementing it helps that stuff move forward. So we're just suggesting that direction by way of the plan so that people are aware of it, and then the implementation would fall.
But if a council is opposed to adding another layer of regulation in terms of licensing on diverse side uses, do I have to make an amendment and run the test to eliminate that from the official plan? Or do I just leave it in hoping it never happens?
Through the mayor, what I would suggest is there is an opportunity here to make changes to an amendment. It's council's decisions to make on the amendments themselves. This is our recommendation. But there would also be an opportunity again to make a decision on the actual implementation tool. So we would come forward with changes to, let's say, the licensing bylaw or updates to the zoning. So another opportunity to make that decision and provide that input. So I think it could happen in both or either instances.
But later in the evening, you have a bylaw suggesting that we pass a bylaw that places that into the bylaw. So that if we proceed accordingly, that will be done tonight by bylaw.
Through the chair, just to clarify, the licensing, are you speaking about that being done tonight? Because that's not what's on the table. What's on the table is the direction of the official plan.
But later in the evening, when we pass the bylaw, the draft bylaw includes that. So if we proceed accepting this recommendation, then the proposed bylaw attached as Appendix B includes that, and that enables this council or a future council, or any council for that matter, to institute a licensing program for on-farm diversified uses, or home-based industry, or home-based businesses in the rural area as well as the urban area. And I think that is wrong, and I think that the last thing we need to be doing is throwing another application and a licensing on people who want to legitimately and legally have an on-farm industry in conjunction with their farming. So I don't know how we get around that, but that's a concern I have.
Jeremy wants to speak.
For the mayor, so the wording in the official plan of proposal says may require. So it's not required, and like you were alluding to, it's a broad policy saying we could require that as a way to deal with some enforcement concerns. We have regularly heard from this council about concerns about things happening in the rural area, that how do we stop them or prevent them from happening? And what can we do to make sure they're done legally? So this is one mechanism Brandon has mentioned that we could utilize to help address those concerns to ensure things operate accordingly. So to issue a proper license from the beginning, to know what they're permitted to do, so if they deviate, enforcement knows what to deal with, or whether they occasionally have to come in for a very cheap renewal or something along those lines. It's not saying it's will, it says it may, and then council will have to implement, we would implement a different process after the may. Could we change into will? Like, would it come into the community planning permit system as a requirement that you must obtain? Or do we have to come back to council in the future through our bylaw enforcement team with a licensing bylaw and require it? So this is just setting the framework that there's that potential. It's not establishing it as an absolute, but gives the flexibility and acknowledges there might be something coming with it. So there's a lot of, like Brandon's trying to balance here, is saying, like, we're trying to give good direction about how we want to see growth take place in the agricultural area, tightening up where we see some issues, but trying to leave flexibility that what will be implemented into the zoning or CPPS in the future. So we're walking, policy is that world of walking the bit of the line of how loose do you let it be that it's not too loose, that it becomes a problem, that you're allowing things you don't want. Along the lines of somebody saying, like, I don't want sheds being sold across my road for me. How do we prevent that? How do you tighten that up in a policy framework and then implement it to a regulation framework? Just as an example. So we're trying to work those lines in to give opportunity for that to happen accordingly.
That may be an example of something that is overly prescriptive and does not need to be in the official plan, is what the previous professional planner was alluding to, not the specific, but alluding to if you get overly prescribed in the official plan, if you say it will, it doesn't say have to, but it's kind of like the approving but not approving argument that I don't really approve of. So I guess I'll stop there. I don't want to rag the puck on this, but I think that I guess I'll ask one more question. The concerns expressed tonight by myself or any other counselor for that matter, or the public, are they just going to fall on deaf ears and we go ahead and accept your report, or are you prepared to take it back, rewrite it based on some of the input that you've received tonight?
Through the mayor, what I would suggest for that is we have a recommendation in front of you. It was also deferred from last month. The province is moving very quickly with their suggestions to make changes to your ROP. We're never in a hurry to make changes to the OP, so if it's council's wish to send something back for reconsideration, or what I would suggest maybe is a better approach to move it forward is to make some specific changes to that here on the spot. Happy to have that discussion. But yes, the recommendation from staff is in front of you, and if we would like to change that or adjust that, I'm happy to work through that.
See, what I don't want to get into is starting to move amendments to take in or add or change that kind of stuff, because I could go on for another half hour suggesting changes and put the council through what I think is perhaps overreach, and licensing is one of them. And am I now going to make an amendment to remove that from the official plan? Will that, I don't know how that plays out. What I would sooner do is have a discussion and staff bring back some options based on some of the concerns, or maybe my concern is just not that much of a concern to everybody else. But I'm telling you, if you start licensing these things, and if you start overreaching into regulatory issues with official plans, you're going to have kickback and pushback from not only the agricultural community, but the community at large. So I leave that to council at the moment before I maybe have to make an amendment or two.
Councillor Kyle, you're first.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Brandon, just a question of clarification. So we're talking about the home-based industry, home-based businesses, and then we're also kind of talking about the on-farm diversification. So I'm just, when I was reading this, I was kind of under the assumption that when we were talking about home-based businesses, particularly in the agricultural area, we were talking about those businesses that aren't necessarily supplementary to the farming activity. So something more like someone who lives on the farm has a small photography studio, or something that could be seen as a home-based business but isn't necessarily supplementary to the farm, like say an on-farm store would be, or that kind of thing. So I'm just wondering, what is the distinction between all of these three exactly? Because there's a little bit of, I knew what I understood from the report, but now there's a little bit more mixed in.
Yeah. Through the mayor, so what I would suggest is the distinction is the words on farm. So what we're trying to do with this is if you're on a farm, whether it's a business or an industry, you would fall under the on-farm diversified use policies. They are not included in this OPA that's before you now. We're going to have a discussion about that with the agricultural systems piece.
Councillor Haley.
Through you, I'm just trying to understand the rules now and the rules or how it would be if this came in. So say I have the shed business, or say, okay, I'll just say I have a trucking, I have trucks, and I maybe got, 5 trucks on farmland or whatever. Like, what can you do now if I'm starting to park all my trucks versus with this new?
Through the mayor, so what I would suggest, the on-farm diversified use, the stuff in the zoning bylaw right now does have a broad kind of range of permissions. We would generally consider parking of vehicles or parking of something that doesn't diversify a farm. They're not making an additional income from it. So in my mind, that wouldn't qualify as a non-farm diversified use. And I think our intention with following up with the official plan amendments into the new zoning would be to make sure that's very clear. I think that's a bit of an interpretive thing right now, but we've seen the questions about that, and I think putting some specific requirements into the zoning in the future about things like that, truck storage or storing of vehicles would be beneficial. And we've definitely heard that, and I think our intention is to do that.
Councillor Oakley.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just a few sort of clarifying questions to staff here. So, I'm reading here from the documentation. Key refinements include introduction of registration licensing tool support, monitoring compliance, and future policy refinement. While the policies enable these tools, they will be explored for further implementation. So essentially what this is doing, this is a high-level policy setting out that we may use these tools for implementation.
Correct. Through the mayor, it's a may, just as Jeremy kind of said, with future reporting and decision-making to be determined on that.
So definitely this is not prescriptive.
Correct.
Thank you. Further to that, sort of the premise of looking into this is that we're having a lot of issues with, say, the shed issue or other industries that have cropped up, and we've had folks come forward and, they're operating a business manufacturing like timber replacements made of foam and whatnot on their properties, and they're looking to expand and where that all fits in. So I think it would be fair to say that right now, we're not looking to create tools to add additional burden to legal uses. We are having an issue with frequent illegal or out of compliance usages that we're looking to find a way to rein in.
Through the mayor, that to some degree is correct, but I would say that conflates it a little bit. I think that's a small degree of what is occurring. I think some of what we have too is a remnant of former policy, where it wasn't as strict in the agricultural areas, and we see some of those existing, whether they're legal or lawfully established or not. That is a component of it. I wouldn't say that it's a large component, but it's a benefit to and something we've considered with this policy direction.
Okay, thank you.
Does committee have any other concerns or comments? Councillor Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm going to play this scenario out. Joe Blow has a small welding shop in a village, and down the road, a farmer has one son, and he wants to maybe diversify and do a little bit of welding and stuff on the side. But the guy in the shop, he has to go through site plan. He has to go through traffic study to make it work. But the guy on the farm, if this is approved, I don't see where the rules are for that. And I know, contrary to Councilor Chambers, I think there needs to be rules and licensing and whatever. And so there's where you create the diversity down the road where you've got neighbors against neighbors. And the other thing is, and I'm getting tired of it, everybody bitching to me about the traffic on the road. We got enough people on the roads as it is right now without other people stopping and creating problems. Because I know where they have farm markets and whatnot, it causes problems. So I'm not supportive of this, I'll tell you that right now.
Councillor Miller.
Okay, thank you. A couple of comments. In the report, it says agriculture remains an important economic driver and employment source. I think we can all agree about that. And it talks about ensuring protection of agricultural and residential land uses from incompatible uses. I think we can all agree with that. And so while I concur, and I've said it before, with the home-based business policy, I don't see anything but headaches coming from that rural industry piece. It talks about in the rural areas, we want to accommodate activities that are not appropriate within residential neighborhoods. That says that on page 91. I agree with that. But if they're not appropriate within residential neighborhoods, they're probably not appropriate in a rural neighborhood either. So I think it would be opening it up to the Wild West. I think it would undermine, as the speaker from the public said tonight, I think it would undermine the long-term protection of prime agricultural land. And as I said before, if we don't have this, and somebody wants to come forward with a really great business idea, they can do that. They can apply. And the method we have today allows the neighbors to at least have a voice, and they can voice their concerns. And the Vicano development was a good one. We heard in written letters about the neighbors that abut it, and we could at least address their concerns. What we're doing now, that flies out the window. We've got a lot of problems now, and I think one of the reasons this is coming forward is because they say, well, we can address those. We can maybe address some of those problems. I don't agree with that. I think, use an analogy, some people drive drunk. It doesn't mean, well, then we're going to let everybody drive drunk because some people are doing it. No, you don't. You still got to have to crack down on it. So I don't want to see it just become willy-nilly. I would rather have a controlled process. And I think this is going to cause a major, major headache for councillors down the road. So I can't support that aspect.
Any other comments or concerns before we call the vote? Councillor Kiles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, through you. And I would agree with Councillor Miller for the most part. The home-based business part, I think there are lots of little businesses like your photography studios and someone teaching piano and things like that that are technically a home business, home-based business. The industry one, I appreciate that I think this is a way to deal with some of those. I know that some of those smaller like landscape type companies have been a challenge because they don't really fit into the residential areas in places like Paris. They're not really big enough to be able to be purchasing employment lands in our bigger industrial areas. They're not particularly, depending where they are and how they're operating, fitting into the rural, into the farming area. So I think that that's maybe where this is trying to go, is to try and find some sort of, somewhere that some of those types of industry and businesses could perhaps be and be allowed. But yes, I do agree with Councillor Miller that if kind of left open-ended, it could be a bit of a boon and a bit of a problem, just because there is a lot of latitude maybe in that broad industry term. But I do appreciate where it's coming from, because it has been a challenge even just since my term on council.
Through the mayor to the last two council members, you are correct, Councillor Kyle, that the home industry is meant to be small scale in the rural, more so in the rural areas where you're talking to someone who's not running a farm. They maybe 1 acre in the countryside or something like that. They're larger parcels, slightly larger parcels. They got some room and they can put a small space on their shop. And they're servicing, like you mentioned, those small businesses that often they're the person who runs their business, and they maybe have an employee or two, but they're trying to get established, like a plumber or a landscaper, things like that. Maybe they do some other small items that's very minimal in scale. So it is relatively scaled small to a home. It's still accessory to the home nature of it. And that's where we're seeing there's an opportunity to provide that where there is nowhere else in the community you really get that opportunity to run a business on your own property. If someone else were doing that, they're always trying to rent something in an industrial area, live in a home. And with pricing of both of those, that's hard. So people start trying to find a way to start a small business. When they get too big, they have to move away, right? So we're trying to find some ways that, economically it supports the community to run these businesses, get them started, or find a place to operate from that they maybe have a hard time finding elsewhere without the negatively necessarily impacting all their neighbors. So they're small, still small scale, right? When you get into the farms, that's where the on-farm diversified use kicks in, and that's where they're tied down to those regulations. This just sets the framework if somebody is coming in. So if we don't put the framework in, nobody can ever have it. If you don't put the policy into the OP, then there's nowhere for anyone to come in to do a zoning amendment, right? So you can still put the policy in, you could just refuse to kind of almost define it in your zoning regulations. Someone always has to come in then to get approvals to do it. So this sets the broader framework of whether you want to have it and what it might look like. Then you implement the regulations in the zoning or the community planning permit system. If you don't want to go down this route, we just, eliminate it totally. But this was the opportunity here to allow that on parcels where, you got just a house on the countryside. Could you use it efficiently, maybe for someone who is trying to run a small business and not just a house with a lot of grass to cut? Could they then do that? They're going to pay a small amount of public tax for that, because once it's identified, if licensed in some cases, that's how MPAC might even, or if drives by, they identify them and tax them a little bit. So they may not have a site plan, but they're going to get taxed potentially. For an on-farm diversified use, they're going to go through minor site plan. They're going to get taxed. They're going to get, if they're building a building in an on-farm diversified use that's industrial or commercial, they're building an industrial commercial building, they're paying development charges. Just realize there's some stages here that we're also trying to balance that we're not letting people go willy-nilly and get away from the downtowns or their communities and compete fully with those shops in an industrial area. They are small scale. They're a different nature, probably than some of the uses that are in some of these other locations. So trying to walk a bit of an area here to give some flexibility to allow economically to support our community and give some opportunities, but set parameters.
Okay. Oh, Councillor Oakley, you were next. I'm sorry, then Councillor McAlpine.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, I suppose right now I'm a little confused by some of the direction the commentary is going here, and that essentially the way I'm interpreting the comments here is we're concerned that, as this current policy sits, it's too open-ended. But the whole point of an official plan and the processes within is that it's not prescriptive, that it is a broad, high-level direction. And those sort of open-ended questions that we have right now would be answered when we go to develop the policies that would implement this. So, and how we're going to specifically regulate these things. So I don't see the open-endedness in this as part of the problem, but just the byproduct of this being an official plan that we're amending and not a zoning bylaw or a licensing regime or something else. This is by nature meant to be a high-level document. So I'm a little confused by those comments there, that we're gonna open things up. One, because it's already open up, there already is the Wild West. And then two, this is just a broad policy direction that is not implemented yet with specific bylaws.
Councillor McAlpine.
No, I was just going to say that I do support this initiative. I look at when I started my business, I had an opportunity to start my parents' garage in a small rural area, and it would be virtually impossible to start a business like that unless you have these kind of opportunities to start. And so I think it's important that we do this.
Any other comments? Councillor Chambers?
Just a couple more. First of all, what Councilor McAlpine just said, you can do that under the existing official plan, don't have to change it. Just keep that in mind. The other thing I wanted to mention is with regard to the resolution to approve, and then it goes to the bylaw. One of the sections in the official plan that we're approving says this: the county may require greater setbacks, buffering, or screening for high-impact uses, which makes sense. And then you say such as welding, machine repair, fabrication, or outdoor uses. So my question is, why are you signaling out welding, machine repair, fabrication? Why are you using examples in the bylaw when basically you could pick any examples that shouldn't be in there? Maybe you want to comment on that.
Yep, through the mayor. So we've found in implementation of our official plan, if you leave it to the discretion of others, they will tell you what they want to be there. So this is an example of the county having the opportunities to tell others what the example is itself, what we believe it should be. So that's the impetus behind saying, for example, without it being a prescription of those 4 specific uses and only those uses.
And the last thing I want to comment on is the section that basically says if an industry is established and then it outgrows its location, then the policy says that the county shall encourage relocation to an appropriately zoned industrial or commercial area. And the county may support this transition through economic development programs, site selection assistance, conditional land use permissions, or other appropriate measures. Can you expand on that? Because that is, I'm not sure what a conditional land use permission is. I'm not just exactly sure what a site selection assistance would be. Does that mean we bend the rules? Does that mean we follow? You're going to have to explain that to me, because that is very interpretive and can be interpreted to almost be anything.
So through the mayor, with that particular policy, the direction is more internal in nature. So that is to be supportive of our economic development staff. And what that does is provide a bit of guidance for both an applicant coming in with an inquiry about a business and the staff internally to say, there's opportunities here to help you, but we recognize that you've outgrown the location here. The direction is that you've outgrown it. And there's assistance, though, that the county isn't leaving them high and dry, essentially, is what I'm trying to say.
I'll say it is hard to do to not allow them to continue. And the last thing I want to say is that an open-ending policy is fine, but we have to remember when we're going into the community planning permit system that a lot of this stuff doesn't come back to this table. It moves on, and we don't have the controls that we have now in order to use the official plan, regulate it accordingly. So that's a key difference in how the official plan is written that you have to be aware of as we move forward. So these official plan amendments aren't just documents that are open-ended. We're vesting control to the staff in many respects with the community planning permit system. So keep that in mind when you have open-ended policies that can be interpreted many ways, and the way that it will be interpreted is how staff will interpret it.
Okay, Jeremy, you want to?
Just a brief comment to clarify. The official plan sets the framework. The CPPS will give regulations. Those regulations may dictate if something meets the zoning like it does today, which means they get permission to do what they're doing without going through anything other than, say, a building permit. If it's let's say what we call a class 2 under the system, there's flexibility for staff to give approval if it meets within a certain limitation. There's some flexibility. Let's say it's a 3-meter setback, we give flexibility that we can reduce it down to maybe 50% of that. So there's limitations that will be written in the bylaws to how much staff can regulate and change. Anything beyond that, class 3 still would come to council. So if there's significant changes, they still come to council. Class 2 and 3 are also still public engagement involvements. So just to be clear, it's not a carte blanche all the staff. There is triggers that can be implemented in the CPPS, and council sets those triggers, and then those triggers could be class 2 or class 3 as to who sees that.
Okay, so because this is up for approval, I think we need to read exactly what it is we're voting on. I just hope, before we vote, I just hope that we aren't going to do anything heavy-handed. People are wound so tightly right now with what they can do and what they can't do, and restrictions and regulations, and I hope Councillor Chambers is wrong, and it's not going to come off as heavy-handed, because a lot of people, no matter what the secondary business is on the farm, whether it's a hairdressing salon in the kitchen, they need that money to stay there. They count on that money, they budget on that money. So I hope we're not going to be heavy-handed and take away the ability for people to stay in their properties, because they need to have small businesses attached to the farm, and I hope that's not what we're up to. But I think what we'll do is we'll just get Spencer to write what's in front of us. It will either pass or it'll fail, and if it fails, we'll deal with it, and if it passes, Brandon can continue on getting everything together for us. So Spencer, if you can just let us know what we're voting on.
Through your worship, the recommendation on the floor is that report RPT-0152-26 regarding updates to Phase 1 of the Omnibus Official Plan Amendment Project consisting of the home-based industry and business policies be received as information, and that the proposed bylaw attached hereto as Appendix B to amend the County Brant Official Plan as simply Grand Plan 2023 by adding new policies with respect to home-based industry and business be approved.
Councillor Chambers?
I will move that the report and recommendation be tabled for one cycle to allow the staff to give due consideration to comments received as a result of this discussion at the table.
You need a seconder, Councillor Chambers? Councillor Coleman is your seconder. All those in favor of tabling it for one cycle? Opposed? Mr. Clerk?
The motion fails, 5 votes in favor, 6 in opposition.
Okay, so we'll vote again. You don't need to read it again, it's in front of you. All those in favor of the approval as written? All those in favor? Opposed? And it carries, right? There you go. Thank you, Brandon. We need to take a break, 5-minute break, 2-minute break. We stand adjourned. We're back in business here. Everybody's here. Councillor Howe should be somewhere. And we are now at 10.2, which is Brandon again. So, again, it's another public meeting, so I'll declare it open. And Brandon's going to present an application, and this is also for approval. So Brandon, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, apologies that it's me again. There's one more after this, and then later in the agenda, but I'll keep this one short. So this report brings forward an update to the cultural heritage policies. The intention here is to provide clear direction on how we identify heritage resources in the county, how they're evaluated and considered through the planning process. So we regularly receive questions, particularly through development applications, about when the heritage policies apply, what's required of someone, and how the impacts are assessed. Fun. And we also receive questions about, you'll see there's a piece in here about in like, kind, and quality. That terminology is thrown around. Where that comes from specifically is for insurance for heritage properties. The insurance companies often assume that things need to be replaced or replicated exactly how they are. That terminology sometimes comes up in insurance policies. And what we're trying to do here is improve the clarity and consistency and kind of predictability of that, stating that that is not our intention with the county. We're looking at kind of the higher level objectives of heritage conservation. We don't need it to be replaced exactly how it is. There's opportunity to have those discussions and move forward as long as it kind of fits that overall cultural heritage direction. So the draft policies in front of you are recommended for adoption, for approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions about them.
Okay, before we go to committee, is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this policy? And I'll ask for the second time, is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this policy? And we'll ask for the third and final time, is there anyone in the room who wants to speak to this policy or this planned amendment? Seeing none, we will call this part of the meeting closed, and I'll get a mover to get it on the floor so we can talk about it. Councillor Bell and Councillor Kyle. Questions to Brandon regarding culture, arts and culture? Seeing none. Councillor Chambers?
Just a question with regard to the designations of heritage properties, and there's always a fine distinction. We want to encourage people to designate their properties to preserve the heritage, which is a worthy thing. But then if they do that, it becomes so cumbersome to continue. And if again, the regulatory framework on someone that has designated their property as a heritage property, it can be lead to them saying, well, I don't want to do that, so I'm not going to designate my property heritage because I don't want to have to do this, that, and the other thing if that's going to be required if I do. So how do you draw that fine line? I see this policy as moving the goalpost further for protection of heritage properties, which makes it more likely that people will not want to do that. And can you comment on that?
Through the mayor, yes. So what we are doing here is, again, a high-level kind of direction. Designation is but one opportunity for conservation. There's other ways to conserve heritage in the county. We recognize that designation maybe isn't the best tool for that, and some of that is thanks to the provincial level framework under the Heritage Act. It's been changed a few times now, and maybe isn't the best tool for conserving heritage. So I think what we're trying to do with this, or what we are trying to do with this, is not necessarily move the goalposts closer to making it harder for people, but broaden those goalposts so we can still achieve our heritage conservation objectives, meet the objectives of an individual property owner with a designation, and that's part of why that in-like, kind, and quality stuff is there. We've had folks come in and they haven't been able to get insurance for their designated properties. But if we've provided a letter or direction that says we don't require that in-like, kind, and quality replacement, they've been able to get insurance. So we're trying to bake that into the policy direction to make it more flexible.
And again, just a comment, you might want to comment on, again, you keep saying this is high level, but it becomes more and more prescriptive, which is contrary to being high level. So if you're high level, you have flexibility, but if you're prescriptive, you lose your flexibility. So which is it?
Through the mayor, high level. Official plan as a policy writer is intended to be high level. Like I said, it puts up bumpers. So you're still giving the people the opportunity to bowl, but the bumpers are there to provide kind of the direction from the official plan. And we're always open to feedback, just like you mentioned the folks that came in when we first presented the official plan, talking about regulation versus prescription. We have conversations with our planning colleagues about that on a regular basis, and I'm always happy to take that feedback back and bring it forward again, different ways.
Any other questions? Councillor Howes, could you hear us? I think he has technical problems. Councillor Howes?
Yes, sorry, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I am having technical problems, but I can hear you. It just won't, you can't see me on video.
Okay, as long as you can hear us.
Thanks.
Just whistle.
Okay.
Any other questions for committee? I think the heritage, there's a disconnect between being a heritage home and, I mean, I am a heritage home, but I mean, it didn't change any part of my life other than the fact that I pay $1,100 a month for insurance, and that's up to the insurance company, whether you're designated or whether you're not. I mean, I'll have a mortgage for the rest of my life. Just because that's what they do to you. So whether if I wasn't a heritage home, I would still have to pay that kind of money because nobody wants to touch something built in 1888, apparently. So it's good to have the designation because it does stop people from doing kind of goofy things to the facade or the streetscape of their house. But at the end of the day, you have to pay the bills to have a heritage house like that. People won't work in your house. People won't do things for you. And anyway, I think there's been a lot of work at the Heritage Committee. So if there's no other questions, we'll call the vote. Do you want to hear it? Do you want? No? Okay. It's in front of you. All those in favor of the approval? Councillor Howes, is your hand up?
It is, yes.
Thank you. Okay. Opposed? And we'll move. Thank you, Brandon. That was quicker. And you might. And you might want to stay up there for number 10.3, and whenever you're ready. It's also a public meeting. I'll declare it open, and Brandon, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I suspect there'll be some good conversation on this one in particular, but one of the key objectives we're doing with this official plan amendment here is really the long-term protection of agriculture, and with that comes the agricultural land base. So we often think about that in the context of kind of larger decisions. So whether that be managing settlement area boundary expansion requests, various severances, rural residential severances was an example of that. The impetus behind this was to focus on smaller kind of individual land use decisions, how they can collectively impact the future of farming in Brant. So the proposed official plan amendment does introduce a more structured and focused approach, but it's a systems-based approach, which is something that the province requires us to consider in agricultural planning. We're putting in clearer limitations on lot creation, non-farm uses, development pressures that can contribute to land fragmentation over time. So as outlined in the report, the goal really is to ensure that the individual decisions that are being made, no matter how minor they might seem, are considered and consistent in terms of a cumulative impact on the agricultural system. So small decisions, large impact. A useful way I always explain this way with the agricultural systems approach is to think of it like a blanket. So a tear or a burn in a blanket is one spot, may not seem significant, but if it's repeated over time, you lose and compromise what that blanket is intended to do. So these changes that we're proposing are intended to kind of close the door on the opportunity to burn holes in the blanket. Over the past year, staff have reviewed best practices from other municipalities. We've engaged with the agricultural community through the Agricultural Advisory Committee, through the Brant County Federation of Agriculture. Like I said, we've examined how other municipalities have responded to similar pressures, and the resulting recommendations aim to provide a stronger direction to close gaps that could otherwise allow incremental decisions to weaken Brant's agricultural economy over time. So that's the basis of where we're coming from with this. We recognize that there's probably questions about specific components. We're happy to answer those or isolate those, but I'll leave it there, and I'm happy to answer any questions after the public component.
Okay, thank you, Brandon. It's quite a report. Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against his report? I'll ask for a second time. Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against Brandon's report? And we'll try it one more time. Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against Brandon's report? Seeing none, we'll call the meeting closed and we'll take it back to committee. If I can get someone to put it on the floor for me, please. Councillor Bell and Councillor Oakley. Questions for Brandon? I'm sure there'll be lots. Councillor Bell, you're first.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Brandon. I thought it was a very interesting report. I'm looking at the figure 1 on page 5 of your report, which shows the agricultural zoning and all the A9 sections that have popped up over the last period. I think you said 4,000 hectares in total. And I was thinking as I read it, why don't we make a change? Then I found that you're proposing a change. Could you say more about the change and what the agricultural community thinks of it?
Yes, through the mayor. Yeah, thank you for that. I'll provide some context. So we commonly refer, so surplus farm dwelling severances are our common application here in the County of Brant, as they are throughout Ontario. There's something enabled by the provincial planning statement. One of the requirements of that is a consolidation, and then there's interpretation on what or how you implement what a consolidation is. So currently, we require a farmer who's undertaking a surplus farm dwelling severance to consolidate with their farm operation in Brant or a neighboring municipality. So they do not have to have parcels that are side by side. As long as they own more than one parcel in their farming operation, they may qualify. What we are proposing is to make that a bit stricter and consolidate the parcels, require the consolidation with a neighboring piece of land. One of the zoning codes that's common in the municipalities, the A-9, that is a requirement of the consolidation under the current framework to prohibit a house or a dwelling on the remnant farm parcel. That is also a requirement of the PPS, which in sense sterilizes the ability to build a house for someone else down the road, but leaves land that does not have homes. It's just simply for farmland. There are pros and cons to that. We've had discussions with, like I say, the agricultural community, and quite honestly, it's landed very 50-50 about the direction. What I will say is kind of an interesting trend. When we discussed the consolidation specifically with neighboring parcels, it seemed that the folks who were more involved with livestock operations were more in favor in general of the consolidation of the neighboring parcels rather than the allowing the separate land, the pieces and the A9 zoning. Whereas the folks that were more involved with cash crop ventures, they were more opposed to that and appreciate the flexibility that exists in the current policies.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure that'll come back again. I have one more question, if I may. More a philosophical question. We're talking here about long-term protection of agriculture, and you use the term agricultural primacy, I think, somewhere along the way, which took me back to the discussion we had around the table when the official plan was being developed, and we had parcels of land on Powerline and Bethel that we took from the agricultural system and into the settlement area. How do we value, if we really believe in long-term protection of agriculture and agricultural primacy, how do we value the benefit to the agricultural system over the benefit of taking that piece of land and transforming it into a residential area or an industrial site? And on reflection, did we make the right decisions?
Through the mayor, what I would say to that is that growth is a necessity for municipality to do well and to thrive. And it's about finding a balance in how much of that land, how often it's taken into account. We know agricultural land is a finite resource. Seeing any of it taken up for development it raises questions, I think, for any of us. But again, there is a balance to be found, and I think there's a financial component to that. There's many components to it. When we do, for example, with the recent official plan, we did an agricultural impact assessment, the municipality. That was something that supported or looked to support the addition of land at the Rest Acres Road and 403 area for the purposes of employment. And that's just an example of having to evaluate those kind of trade-offs, present that information, and then make a decision based on that. I'll point to our neighbors in Hamilton as maybe another example. They evaluated settlement area boundary expansions during their MCR process, and some of that direction was pretty strict on maintaining the same boundaries and bumping your density up a bit. So there's trade-offs in that regard as well, to look at it from a land use perspective. But yeah, I would say that one of the things we do with our consultant with Watson specifically is to determine kind of those financial impacts of the potential of removing that agricultural land for other purposes.
Are we able to quantify that? Was there a business analysis which resulted in more pounds here or more dollars here for doing this or more dollars there for doing that? Or did it end up as some kind of qualitative assessment?
Yeah, so I think that's one of the things we're working on improving here in the county, and I think many other municipalities are as well. But when we do those assessments, not just looking at it from that high-level land use perspective, putting it into the idea of, okay, what could this land potentially be developed as? What are the development charge returns for that? What are the tax returns? I think that was kind of mentioned tonight. So looking at financial but other components of it. We have another municipal comprehensive review. Well, I guess they don't call it that anymore, land needs assessment, coming up around 2030. So the idea is that would be a bigger component of that review.
In the meantime, we have a parcel of land where, take Glen Morris, for example, where we have an application there. Somebody wants to build 20 houses on a piece of land that's not in the settlement area. Can we do that analysis that demonstrates the relative merits of keeping it as agricultural versus the merits of moving it into a residential in a quantified way?
Yeah, through the mayor, I think that's the intent of the outcome of both the agricultural impact assessment that the applicant would submit and the actual land needs assessment that they would be responsible for doing too. So some of those specific questions I think are worth asking, right? Because the answer is relevant. And that's where, not to specifically talk about the Glen Morris example, but when when settlement area boundary expansions come in, we do have Watson help us with an analysis. A financial analysis is a component of that. What is the benefit or trade-off to the municipality? Is the density high enough to make it worth it? Is the infrastructure available to make it worthwhile? So those types of questions are being asked and being evaluated. We just do it on a case-by-case basis.
Next question, Councillor Chambers.
Thank you. And again, I have some questions and comments and suggestions. First of all, the agricultural policy is based on basically the foundation that we want to preserve and protect agricultural land. That's just basic planning 101. And you preserve agricultural land by not allowing people to build on it. And you protect it by not allowing people to build things that have a negative impact on the agricultural system. Planning 101. And it's also Planning 101 that planning authorities regulate planning uses, not ownership. In other words, anybody can buy an agricultural property, but they can't use it for anything other than agriculture. A developer can buy a 100-acre farm, but he can't build houses on it. He has to use it for agriculture. Again, Planning 101. Now, I want to get specifically, in your preamble, the executive summary, you say that it's a refinement of the policy rather than a change in policy direction. That's true in most cases, but there's one policy that completely is changed, and that's the policy with regard to severing surplus farm dwellings. That's a complete reversal, and as a matter of fact, as you're suggesting, or the report suggests, that would eliminate the A9 provision as we know it today. Council will recall a couple meetings ago when Jesse Clofer from Lulami Farms came and we approved an application to sever the surplus dwellings. And that assisted Jesse, a young farmer, and to carry on farming and along with the family farm, et cetera. And council or the staff recommended approval for that application, and council unanimously approved that application with essentially nobody objecting to that. And as a matter of fact, it was deemed to be good planning. Under your proposal, or under the new proposal, we would refuse that application, and that would have a negative impact on that family farm. As far as the use of the land, the use would not change. The agricultural field would be retained as agricultural. As a matter of fact, it would be zoned to remain agriculture without the possibility of residences being built on it, protecting that particular farm. And the dwelling severed off is an existing dwelling, so it's there. The impact is what it is because it's already there. Now, the A9 policy has been in place in this municipality for as long as I can remember, and it has been used many times over and over again, and planning staff has always recommended approval based on planning principles. Council has always, to my recollection, going back 20 years, have always unanimously approved A9 applications. And I cannot remember anyone ever speaking against that policy. It's a policy that is consistent with provincial policy. It is supported by the Ontario Federation of Agriculture and the Christian Farmers Organization. It's in place in Perth County, Oxford County, Norfolk County, and I believe Elgin County, and they're the only ones I looked at. So you're suggesting that Brant County would now become an outlier with regard to the A9 policy. And I don't think we should do that. I think time and time again, that policy has assisted farm families to continue their operations. And again, we're not regulating ownership, we're regulating uses. The use does not change as a result of A9 applications being approved. When I wish you could put this map on the screen. You've highlighted in red all of the A9 applications as if that's something not good. But the map you're using is based on ownership, not use. The properties are owned as properties, but if you look at the use of those A9s, compared it with the uses surrounding the A9s, you wouldn't be able to find them because an A9 field, you call them orphans, I call them fields. An A9 field growing corn is no different than a regular farm growing corn. As a matter of fact, these A9 fields are actually in high demand for farms, both livestock and cash crop and other farming operations, because they need those fields to consolidate with their existing farm operations to have the land mass to remain viable. And it does not affect small farms because they can be small farms. But if you have a large farm and need additional land to cash flow your operation, you need to be out looking for farm properties. And these orphans, as you call them, are in high demand. Why? Because they're used in farming operations. So if you're trying to regulate the land use, there's no difference. If you're trying to bring in ownership, and you've outlined fragmentation as being bad, you're looking at fragmentation in terms of ownership. You have a 10-acre field, a 50-acre field, and a 100-acre field. They're fragmented in terms of ownership, but that 5-acre field or 10-acre field is growing corn, a 50-acre field is growing soybeans, the 100-acre field is growing wheat. It's all agricultural uses. These aren't orphans, they're fields that are used in an agricultural way. And you're suggesting that we change all that. So you explained the Jesse Clovers of the world, and I think you know who I'm talking about, why we say, no, sorry, you can't do that. You can only do that if you're on budding farm property. Well, that's not going to happen because the abutting farm property doesn't want to sell his property and to consolidate, et cetera. It doesn't impact farm people that want to start farming because the regulations are such that, and Jesse would forgive me for this, but I'm using him as an example. He purchased that farm. Before the A9 comes into place, that farm has to be purchased. That farm can be purchased by anybody. Someone wanting to start out, someone wanting to add to it, someone wanting to sit on it for development purposes for 100 years, it'll never happen. Again, you're not regulating farm ownership. You should be regulating farm uses. I am very much opposed to changing the A9 policy as we have it now into something that would be inconsistent with our neighboring municipalities, inconsistent with provincial policy, inconsistent with the Ontario Federation of Agriculture, Christian farmers, and the farm families that are and have used this in the past. So you may want to comment on that, but that is something that maybe you have to be a farmer to understand that, but it is a bad policy because it would eliminate an effective tool that has been used time and time again by the agricultural community in Brant County, and it has had no negative impact. I've said and I'm going to propose an amendment at a particular point, but I don't want to, again, rag the puck and monopolize the conversation.
Councillor Kyle, you're next.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Brandon and to council. So I'll offer maybe, because I know, Brandon, you did mention it's about a 50-50 split amongst the farming community about this particular topic. And I think if I can offer the other perspective that I know has been discussed around the Ag Advisory table and in other rooms that I've been in, there is some concern with the A9s being sterilized to build a home on. for the same reason that Councillor Chambers is also talking about in terms of helping a younger farmer or a farmer to expand their business. If there's a young farmer wanting to get started and they purchase one of these properties, then that eliminates them from being able to live at their property. So there's some consideration maybe for that situation as well, because the more and more that we do use the A9, we do end up with those, not to use the orphan term, but those fragmented smaller parcels of farmland that no one can put a home on, that could be a nice size farm for someone to start farming. I know I have friends who really hunted a long time to try and find a property that they could buy that either had a home on it still, because a lot of them had already been severed off, or that they could still build on because it wasn't an A9, and that's a challenge to consider as well. I don't offer that as my position on one way or the other as far as the conversation goes tonight, but I just thought it might be important to add that perspective, that there is the other side of that where it could be a challenge for someone wanting to get started if there's not available parcels where they can build a home.
Councillor Haley.
Yeah, I asked, through you, Mr. Mayor, I asked Brandon before if we could consult with National Farmers Union. National Farmers Union is my accredited farming group, and it tends to have smaller farmers. And so smaller farmers are really looking for housing on farmland and not big parcels. So I think when I hear Councillor Chambers talking, I watch the bigger cash crop farmers around me. I watch the orphan sites appear. We're depopulating the agricultural community because you sell off the house and then you get somebody who's more urban or who's just in the house and is not attached to the farm. So you really do need that farmhouse on small lots for farmers to get started, or for small-scale farmers like often you find in National Farmers Union. Yeah, I'm just really worried about, we're watching, I see it in Langford, I see it along Jerseyville Road, I see it, I see too that big cash crop farmers, so I have a neighbor, he's a big cash crop farmer, and what you do is you buy the farm, you sell off the house, and then it helps you pay for the farm. And then you buy more land, sell off the house, and you buy more land. And you get bigger and bigger, 5,000 acres. And so it's great, you're farming, but you're getting fewer and fewer farm families. And so for me, to have an agricultural community, you need the farm families. And so I do support what you're saying. I support this policy. I'm tired of seeing the orphan land.
Councillor Chambers.
Again, you're not regulating farm ownership. People can buy whatever they want to buy in this country. It's uses that we are regulating, not ownership. The argument that Councillor Kyle has put forward falls on this. In order for an A9 application to be made, the farm has to be purchased. Anyone can purchase that farm. If you're a young farmer looking for a farm with a house, purchase it. If you're a cash cropper looking to consolidate land, purchase it. It does not prevent young farmers from starting on properties that have houses on. All they have to do is buy it. That is farm ownership. We do not regulate that. As the planner says, we regulate farm uses. So stop trying to regulate ownership and start regulating uses. That argument is, if you want to regulate farm uses, then you're going to do it in another, or farm ownership, you have to do it in another manner, not through planning principles. So if there's one of your neighbors, one of your buddies wants to start farming, there's lots of farms out there with houses on that can be purchased. If they're for sale, you're competing with everybody that wants to buy that farm. Small farmers, big farmers, developers, people that want to have horses, anybody, but we're not regulating that. So stop trying to regulate farm uses by planning official plan policies.
Counselor Kyle, you're next.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. And just to respond to that, I wholeheartedly agree with Councillor Chambers, not limiting or regulating the uses. I think what my point was, and from the conversations that I've been part of and heard from others in the agricultural sector, it's that the land, when it's available and it doesn't have the ability to build a house. We're not talking about the ones that have the house that are for sale, because Councillor Chambers is absolutely correct. Anyone can buy that and then decide to sever the house off and have the land be A9. It's the problem of having all of the parcels of A9 that, should those come up for sale, and that's something that someone wants to buy to get started, that can't have a house on it because that house has been eliminated. So I just wanted to clarify that I'm not suggesting that they couldn't buy a farm that has the house on it and that we should be regulating the uses. It was simply just to provide that perspective that there could be one of those 50-acre parcels that someone wants to purchase to start farming or to set their kid up for the next generation, but they can't put a house on that. So then that maybe takes that out of the running for that family, and there's less and less of the farms available that do have the houses. So that's just to add some clarity to my comments, not to suggest I was trying to limit or regulate anything.
Counselor Oakley, you're next.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, first of all, I'll admit I'm a relative layperson. I will leave this to the farmers to discuss the finer points of policy on this. But just sort of bouncing around these ideas in my head as a layperson, I'm just sort of curious as to, it would seem to me in the lines that we're not looking to regulate ownership here, we're looking to regulate usages of the property. You're looking at a different type of potential use within a farm property that has that home attached to it, that makes it more versatile and more viable for more people to be able to utilize. And having these orphan properties or fragmented properties, which throughout the term we have lamented, limits those pieces of agricultural property in terms of who would be able to utilize that property and purchase that property. Thus, you are limiting the number of entrepreneurs, young people who want to be able to do this as a career. So as a layperson, that's sort of how I'm seeing this. Again, acknowledging my own ignorance when it comes to the nuance of farming.
Counselor Miller, you're next.
Yeah, Councillor Chambers asked brought up a point about neighboring municipalities, and I just wondered, Brandon, are you familiar with how it is done? Do they do the A9 in say Oxford or Norfolk or surrounding municipalities?
Through the mayor, yes. So we did an environmental scan of other municipalities, how they done. Just off the top of my mind, I believe Durham region is one of the ones that requires consolidation of neighboring parcel.
Sorry, I couldn't hear.
Durham region requires neighboring parcels to be consolidated. Region of Waterloo, I believe, is another one of them. Norfolk requires consolidation if it's in an adjacent municipality, so similar to us. I believe Haldimand is the same. But yes, we did it like a scan, and there's different ways to implement the policy objective of
okay,
what we're
but
trying to achieve.
it sounds like the neighboring ones they're still with the A9, correct? Would you say?
Well, Waterloo region, they do a consolidation with the neighboring parcel, so north. Okay. Yeah, but if you look.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Jeremy,
Actually,
you want to speak?
just going to clarify, Waterloo region actually doesn't allow surplus farm severances. They have historically not allowed surplus farm severances at all. So you can't come along and do that in the Waterloo region. So slight differences. That's what we're trying to say, is there's variations across the province of how this is interpreted and put into place. Provincial policy gives direction about what can happen, and that's the bare, like you can only do a surplus farm severance in a rural area, basically. That's the only option to happen. Doesn't mean you have to, but what does that look like, okay? We're not attempting to regulate ownership. It's about what is it doing, which I think we've been saying is it inadvertently creating a lot of smaller parcels and fragments that makes it harder to do farming in some respects.
Yeah.
And inadvertently.
Sorry to interrupt. I was just looking to see what the.
Oh, yeah, and I also just wanted to make a quick point. Inadvertently, we've been hearing that because we allow the A9 severances, it's increased the value of that farm because they know to certain landowners to purchase it to do the severance, which has been a potential impact, but we don't have the details on that.
Councillor Haley, you're next, and then Councillor Bell.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think your last point is bang on. I think this is a very good map of the loss of the agriculture community. I think you'll see farms are getting bigger and bigger, but you're seeing fewer farmers. And so I support this policy.
Councillor Bell, and then Councillor Chambers.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Brendan. Brendan, like Councillor Oakley, I know nothing about farming, but you made the statement, I think, that this consolidation is actually not contributing to the benefit of the greater agricultural land base. It's not adding any benefit to it. How do you quantify those benefits that you think are not being received by the greater land base? Is it money? Is it production? What's the metric?
Through the mayor, so I'd say a lot of it right now is anecdotal, from what we hear from farmers, and that was part of why we took a year to come back with this, to have the conversations with, I'm not a farmer, I'm just someone who creates policy. So having the conversations with folks to make sure that we're proposing something that we can stand by with a professional opinion. That being said, I think quantifying land, we've heard some of the examples, or quantifying the benefits of it. We've heard some of the examples tonight, so I won't dive into that too much further. But I think there is a financial benefit to the municipality for maintaining farmland, which we've kind of talked about land use, rather than bringing it into a settlement boundary. And with that said, there, how do I say this? So the opportunity here, I think, is a further reaching thing we're trying to do. So we're trying to close the door on this fragmentation piece. We recognize that there's multiple ways to meet an objective. We're not saying that the way we're doing it right now is inherently wrong. What we're saying is that there's a better way to meet that objective. I think that's what we're using as kind of the quantifying.
Yeah, I'm not convinced, I have to say. I would like to see some tangible expression of the benefit to the greater agricultural land base. And just anecdotal doesn't work for me.
Councillor Chambers.
I think the benefits are evidenced by the fact that there are many farmers that do go for A9s, and that should speak for itself. But I'm willing to make an amendment that I'll move that the policy with regard to surplus farm dwelling severances remain unchanged from the existing official plan.
Seeking a seconder. No seconder? Well,
Yeah, I'd like to just ask a comment, have a comment on it, if I may.
but you're seconding Councillor Chambers, and then you want to speak to it.
Yeah, really, it's trying to understand the comment that he made earlier, that a lot of people are trying to sell properties. I think, did I understand that right, Robert? That the benefit, could you just say again what you thought the benefit was to, of
Okay.
preventing the A9s?
The benefit is that most farmers today, if you try to make a living on a 100-acre farm, you'll go broke pretty quick. You can't do it. In many cases, there are some farming operations that can. There are small farms, but most farms need a land base that allow them to have the cash flow to enable them to operate. The days of 100-acre farms are mostly over. And I'm not saying that farms under 100 acres are viable in some cases, but the majority, like the Jesse Clovers of the world, or the Kevin Hodges, or the Ross Courtnages, or the Vlacas, or the Maleckis, or you can name Butch Clare, Streets, they're all require farm land to cash flow their operations. So they either rent it because they can't afford to buy 1,000 acres, or they buy it buy some and rent some. So if there's a 50-acre field, not an orphan, a field, that is available for rent, then they can rent that, and most farmers do, cash croppers do, livestock farmers do, rent neighboring farm parcels, do cash flow. So they're not orphans, they're not fragments, they're fields that are being used for agriculture. And again, we're not regulating ownership, doesn't matter who owns them, it's the use. They're used as fields for farm operations. That's the benefit.
Through the mayor to Councillor Chambers, I understand that, I think I agree with it, but I think I misunderstood, or maybe I didn't understand quite what you were saying in terms of what is the benefit that Brandon is talking about in here of changing the system. His comment is, we change the system, we'll get benefits to the greater land base. And I'm not sure I understand that, and I'm not sure that your commentary...
The way I understand what Brandon's policy is trying to do is that it eliminates smaller farm parcels, because you have to consolidate them with a neighboring property, which doesn't create a small parcel, it creates a bigger parcel. So if you buy into the theory that you need bigger parcels of land that are more productive for agriculture because you can't survive on 50 acres, then you would buy that argument. But that can be argued the other way, because a larger farm parcel is unaffordable in many situations. And again, people like Jesse Clofer, they can't go out and buy 1,000 acres all at once and farm. They have to add to their land holdings, and that's what cash croppers do. That's what livestock operators do, and that's what vegetable farmers do, the larger ones. Now, market gardeners and even tobacco farmers used to be able to grow 30 acres and survive. Now they have 200 acres, and that's how farming goes. You can't buy a tractor under $250,000 anymore, so you need to cash flow, and that's the benefit of being able to take advantage of getting rid of a house that you don't need. It's advantageous to get rid of a house that you don't have to pay taxes on, upkeep, rent, et cetera. So that's the benefit of A9. But I'll stand, I don't want to get into it. I've made a motion.
Mr. Mayor, one last comment, because I can't vote on the motion until I understand the fundamentals here. I think we have a massive difference of understanding between the farmers on our team and the non-farmers. I mean, to me, if what the statement that Brandon made, I'm going to try and find it if I can. You write so much, Brandon, it takes me forever to find it.
Jeremy, do you want to say something before we?
I just, first of all, just appreciate council and the dialogue and the value.
There is a motion on the table. I don't think staff needs to be speaking to the motion.
I was just going to clarify the question about Brandon's, his first question to yourself, that he asked about Brandon's interpretation of what. And I just was going to agree with you. That was the intent, that we have less parcels because they would merge with something else. So that was just to clarify that that's what was the intent behind that.
Okay. We do have something on the floor. You did second it. You still want to speak to it?
I think what Councillor Chambers is saying is something I would support, but I'm not sure I really fully understand it before I can vote on it. I think it's a good idea to put it on the table, to have a conversation about it. But at the end of the day, I need to be, and I hope my fellow councillors need to be clear about what is the benefit of what Brandon is saying relative to what Councillor Chambers is saying, because they're diametrically opposite. And I didn't suggest we table this one, because I just don't think the answer is in any way clear for us, particularly non-farmers, to make a rational decision on this.
Councillor Oakley, are you going to speak to it, to the motion? To the
Yes.
amendment?
Yes, Mr.
All
Mayor,
right,
speaking
all
to
right.
the amendment. First I want to state that I don't think it's necessarily fair to state or accurate to state in this moment that the farmers on council have a different perspective on this than not, because I think there's also a division here necessarily in understanding and support amongst the farmers on council. So I think that may be not quite an accurate assessment. I suppose my sort of understanding of this, or where I'm torn on this, would be what fundamentally is the difference between if we're looking for these small parcels to be utilized, what fundamentally changes with there being a home on it, other than adding flexibility for someone to come in and purchase that and be able to use it individually versus someone purchasing it, living in the home, renting out the land. So I don't think I'm in favor of the amendment at this time.
Anybody else want to speak to the amendment? No? We'll call the vote on the amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? There you go. It failed. I understood you, and I'm not a farmer. Councillor Bell?
Yeah, I would like to make a motion that we I would like to make a motion that we table this issue until we get some clarity about the relative benefits of dropping A9 or changing A9 as is suggested, or not changing it. I think we're in no position to actually understand how to make that decision at the moment. I look for somebody to second that.
Seconder, Councillor Pierce is your seconder. Anything else to be said? Councillor Haley?
Thank you. Through you. If we are tabling it, could we maybe get some input from the Ecological Farmers Association of Ontario and from the National Farmers Union, because they...
Mr. Mayor, I don't believe we can speak to a tabling motion.
No? Okay.
No, that's true, we can't. It's on the, we have it on the table. It's been seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, it passed. Councillor Haley?
Can I make the request that
You can speak to staff, yeah.
Yes, okay. Could I make the request that there's Christian Farmers Federation of Ontario, there's Ecological Farmers of Ontario, but the accredited groups are National Farmers Union, Christian Farmers Federation, and OFA. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Clarification question?
Yep.
Are we just tabling the section on surplus farm services and allowing the rest of the OP to proceed, or are we dealing with the whole the whole component? Just a clarification.
Councillor Bell?
For how to move forward.
I'm
fine with the way, just want clarification.
Yeah, I'm really focused on the surplus facility, so I think you might as well wrap the whole thing around that and just wait till we sort it out and then bring the rest forward.
We're tabling everything about this report. Okay, let's just be aware of what we're doing. It still has a seconder in Councillor Pierce. All those in favor of tabling the entire report? It's unanimous. Thank you. Okay. 10.4. Roxana, you're coming up. This is also a public meeting and it's now open. And you're going to report to us, and then we have someone here, an agent for the applicant.
Good evening, everyone. I'll be presenting zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 2-26-RF for 8 Orth Drive. The applicants are Kayla DeLay on behalf of Andrew and Cheryl Dehan, who are present this evening, I believe. This application would establish zoning standards to permit the future construction of one accessory structure to a residential dwelling. Staff is recommending approval of this application. The subject lands are located north of Orth Drive with a frontage along Orth Drive and Muir Road South with an area of approximately 1.1 hectares. Currently, the lands contain one existing single detached dwelling and various sheds that will be removed. Surrounding area consists of low-density residential, open space, natural heritage to the south and east, employment lands to the north, and surrounded with agricultural lands on multiple sides. The subject lands are serviced by private sewer and water. The subject lands are designated as village developed area within the official plan and located within the settlement area of New Durham. Subject lands are zoned residential hamlets and villages and natural heritage within the zoning bylaw 6116. The application proposes to add site-specific RH-31 zoning provisions to facilitate one accessory structure that will be approximately 490.5 square meters. That includes a lean-to of 118.9 square meters and will have a height of 6.92 meters. The image on the right shows what the accessory structure footprint would look like within the property. The accessory structures are permitted as incidental and subordinate to the principal use in the hamlets and villages zone. The requested increase in maximum lot coverage and height would facilitate one accessory structure that remains secondary to the primary dwelling, as it will be used only for personal storage and hobby-related purposes associated with the residential use on the property. The property is located in a rural residential area where larger accessory buildings are typical, making the proposal consistent with surrounding land uses. No visual or land use impacts are anticipated, as many of the surrounding lands are vacant and/or farmed. Given the large lot size and rural residential setting, the increased accessory lot coverage remains proportional and does not change the residential character of the site or the RH zone. The accessory structure will remain secondary to the main dwelling, and the additional height is needed for function of the actual structure. No impacts on neighboring properties are anticipated due to the corner lot configuration, appropriate setbacks, and separation distances. Access will be provided through an existing entrance. As you can see in the picture there is an existing culvert already. The structure is located outside of natural heritage features and GRCA regulated areas with maximized tree retention incorporated into the site design. This application has been reviewed and circulated to the relevant commenting agencies, as well as to all property owners within 120-meter radius. No public comments have been received to date. The application proposes an increased maximum accessory lot coverage and height to allow one detached accessory structure. While the structure is larger than what is typically permitted, it has been reviewed on a site-specific basis, considering the size and configuration of the lot, the placement and function of the structure, its relationship to the main dwelling, and surrounding land uses. And although it would be one of the larger accessory structures approved, it will not set precedent as it is supported by unique site conditions. Overall, the structure will remain subordinate to the principal dwelling, as it is not intended for commercial use and is appropriate for the size and context of the property. No adverse impacts are anticipated, and the proposal remains compatible with residential character of the RH zone. The structure does not include living space, residential units, sanitary facilities, or commercial uses, and exists solely to support the residential use of the property. For these reasons, it is my professional recommendation that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 2-26-RF be approved. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Roxana. Now we have someone, the agent of the applicants here. Online? Okay. Hello, can you hear us?
Good evening, Council. Yes, I'm just happy to answer any questions that you may have. And then the owner is also present in the audience tonight.
Okay. Okay, so with that being said, is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this application? I'll ask for the second time, is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this application? And ask for the third and final time, is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this application? Seeing none, we'll call this part of the meeting closed then, and I need someone to get it on the floor, please. Councillor Coleman, Councillor Haley, and Councillor Haley, you want to speak to it?
Please. Thank you. Through you. On page, well, the map that shows the neighboring properties, I don't know what page this is, page 82 of, yeah, anyways, I'm using, so you have a map that has the other adjacent properties, and you mentioned that it was 120 meters for consultation. Was the property just south of Orth Drive, was it consulted, the one sort of southeast?
Through the mayor to council member, I'm not certain of the distance of that property. I would assume that it was at this point.
There's no way of measuring it or knowing if they were notified?
I would have to measure it, yeah.
Okay. You mentioned that it's solely to support residential use, and so I'm trying to understand that use.
Through the mayor, sorry, can you repeat that last question?
Sorry, you mentioned that it was to support residential use.
Yes.
And I wondered what that use was.
The structure is going to be for storage uses.
Storage.
Yes, so
Okay.
they will be storing personal storage. I believe they'll be storing other woodworking, I would say, I don't know.
Okay. I have a question about the size. If you measure 491 square meters and 140 square meters is allowed, that's 3.5 times. That's 5,285 square feet. That's, if you have a square box, that's a quarter of I believe, a kilometer on each side. That's huge. You go from 5 meters high to 6.92 meters high, which is going from 16 feet to 22.7 feet. So you've got a 3-foot building that is basically 5,285 square feet, and that's for storage. So I'm just trying to understand how this supports residential use.
Through the mayor to council members, so it is supporting the residential use as it will be used for storage for things such as the recreational equipment, a boat. So it's not going to change the use of the property as the storage or accessory structures are permitted as an accessory to the residential dwelling. And it has, like I said, we have reviewed it under the context of the lot itself. It takes up 4.5% of the lot coverage. So it's still, although it is a larger structure, it's still considered accessory since it will not be used for any other uses other than to support the residential use for storing things. I mean, the applicant is here as well, and they'll probably be able to give you a bit more information as to your question.
I'd appreciate that. Thanks.
Yeah.
Councillor Oakley, do you want to speak first?
Sure, through you, Mr. Mayor, I just sort of along a similar lines here, and sort of referencing previous conversation we've had this evening about policy. What actually, just because of the sheer size of this facility or building, and I believe the time the applicant was in, I believe it was also described as workshop, not just storage, but either or, with the size of this structure, what actually prevents or regulates someone from, they're applying for this for personal usage and this becoming a commercial usage here? Say a workshop or, where you work on cars, auto body shop, something along those lines.
Through the mayor to council member, there's, how can I say, we can't really stop somebody from changing the use. They would have to come in for an application if they did want to change the use to commercial use, which would then be reviewed. Go ahead.
So it, essentially, in short, it would require active enforcement by law if the usage was to change and
Correct.
disturb neighbors. Okay.
Yes.
Any other questions? Ella?
Yes. So I support the 140 that's permitted. I support the 140 that's permitted, the 140 square meters, but I can't support the going three and a half times bigger, having basically, I mean, 5,285 square feet is a mile if you measure it out, but if you make a square box, it's a, you know. So, yeah, I'd like to hear more from the proponents, from the owners, why they need it to be so big.
Okay, you're online to speak back. Can you answer Ella's questions?
Through the chair, so the applicant is simply seeking accessory building for residential purposes. So there are several large recreational vehicles that they would like to store indoors. I think this would be, a nice visual compared to seeing those recreational vehicles outside. And then also the applicant does have 4 growing children who have many hobbies. One of those is woodworking. And so, for example, that would be a portion of this shop is just for hobby related uses. So by no means is there any sort of business proposed. And as we discussed this evening, if there was ever any concerns, bylaw is the mechanism for enforcement if there was ever concerns from neighbors. But the applicant is strictly proposing accessory to residential use with this building. And just given the context, as Roxana has explained, I fully support her recommendation. There are some unique instances where this is appropriate, and it's my professional opinion that this is one of those.
Any other questions? No. This is for approval. So everyone knows what they're voting on? Councillor Chambers?
I just want to say I support the proposal. It's in keeping with the neighborhood next door is Stubbe's Concrete. We just approved a massive structure next door, and to turn this structure down would be a little bit inconsistent with planning, I would think. So I encourage everyone to vote for the project.
Councillor Pierce, you're next.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you. So on the one diagram here, from what I'm seeing, is the proposed shed is 50 feet by 80 feet. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes.
Because if that's the case, if you go, let me get my directions here, just south of that, there's like a triangle property. I go by that way all the time to go to the in-laws. There's a great big garage that's built there, and I would assume that that's of substantial size as well. So I don't have a problem with this.
Councillor Haley?
I believe we had a problem near the Stubbe's property in Harley where the residents were worried. The residents were worried about encroachment of non-residential. This is residential. This is classified as residential. I fully support it if it's not residential, but this is residential. So I support the smaller size, but not the larger.
Any other questions before we call the vote? We're voting on what's in front of us. All those in favor? Opposed? And carried. Thank you. Thank you. $10.5, 88 Dundas Street. And Lauren, that's you. So again, this is a public meeting, and I'll call it open. And Lauren's going to present for the county, and then we have Stephanie here as the agent of the applicant.
Thank you. I'll be presenting zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 925LG and draft plan of subdivision application PS 422DN submitted by MHBC Planning Agent on behalf of the owner Telephone City Aggregates. The applications were originally received on October 26, 2022, deemed complete on June 8, 2023, and they were presented for information on July 11, 2023. The applications were originally submitted alongside the residential plan of subdivision application, PS 114MD, for lands located to the southwest of the site. The residential subdivision received draft plan approval from the Ontario Land Tribunal on August 18, 2025, and the applicants wanted to wait until after a decision was made regarding the residential subdivision to proceed with the industrial subdivision. So the subject lands are located south of Dundas Street East, to the west of the Canadian National Railway line, and north of the Trans-Canada Trail. They have a frontage of approximately 36.03 meters along Dundas Street East and 210 meters along Sharp Road, in an area of approximately 46.95 hectares. The subject lands are vacant with the exception of a single detached dwelling located at 88 Dundas Street East. The surrounding land uses consist of commercial and residential uses to the north along Dundas Street East, agricultural and residential uses to the east, employment uses to the south, residential and the Grand River are located to the west. The subject lands are designated as general employment community corridor, rural lands, and natural heritage system within the current official plan. As the application was submitted and deemed complete prior to the provincial approval of the current official plan, the policy analysis is based on the previous official plan. Any subsequent planning applications will be subject to the policies of our current official plan. So the subject lands are designated as employment, general commercial, agricultural, and natural heritage within the 2012 official plan. The lands are located within the Paris settlement area, with the exception of the proposed stormwater management facility block. The subject lands are zoned as agriculture, natural heritage, resource extraction, heavy industrial, and special exception automotive commercial. The plan of subdivision application is seeking draft plan approval for the creation of 5 employment blocks. They are all blue. 1 commercial block, which is a hatched orange block, open space blocks, 3 service corridor blocks, 1 stormwater management block, and 2 future development blocks. The draft plan and draft plan conditions have been provided for council's consideration. The zoning bylaw amendment application proposes to amend the zoning on the subject lands so holding provision, special exception, general commercial, that is the hatched orange block. The special exception proposes a minimum 30-meter setback from the railway right-of-way in conjunction with a 2.5-meter berm for sensitive land uses. Setbacks to all other uses will be determined through consultation with the CN Rail. As there is a 0.3-meter reserve along Dundas Street East frontage, a holding provision has been applied until confirmation that legal access and frontage along the improved right-of-way or an adjacent parcel has been established. There's holding provision Prestige Industrial, which is labeled as Block 2. There's a 0.3-meter reserve along the Trans-Canada Trail. So the holding provision is applied until confirmation that there's legal access and frontage along an improved right-of-way or an adjacent parcel has been established. Number 3 is special exception Prestige Industrial. The special exception proposes a minimum 15-meter setback from the railway right-of-way for heavy industrial, warehouse, manufacturing, and repair uses, as well as Prestige Industrial, light industrial, special exception heavy industrial, which proposes a minimum 15-meter setback from the railway right-of-way for heavy industrial, warehouse, manufacturing, repair uses, as well as open space natural heritage. The stormwater management facility will remain zoned as agriculture, as stormwater management facilities are permitted within all zones. And natural heritage buffers are proposed to be rezoned to natural heritage vegetation protection zone. Key considerations include natural heritage. The subject lands contain significant wetlands, watercourses, woodlands, and vegetation. The environmental impact study recommends buffers be implemented to further protect these features, and the following buffers are proposed to be rezoned to natural heritage vegetation protection zone. That's a 10-meter buffer from the Trans-Canada Trail and significant woodland communities, a 30-meter buffer to all watercourses with the exception of a 50-meter setback to the northern watercourse to accommodate a service corridor, and a 30-meter naturalized buffer around the wetlands, as well as land use compatibility. Site-specific zoning has been implemented to ensure compatibility with the CN Rail. The location of prestige industrial and light industrial blocks allow for a transition between heavier industrial blocks to the southeast and sensitive land uses to the west. The heavy industrial blocks are proposed adjacent to the existing Sharp Road industrial area, and land use compatibility will be further reviewed at the time of site plan control.
Mr. Mayor,
Lauren,
point
can
of
I
order.
just stop you there just for a second? Can I get a motion to go beyond 10 o'clock?
Yeah.
Councillor Pierce, Councillor Bell, all those in favor? Okay, opposed. Thank you. Sorry, Lauren.
Public comments were received as part of the July 11th, 2023 statutory public information meeting. The comments were seeking more information regarding the proposal, concerns regarding how Block 6 and Block 18 would be developed in the future, whether there would be easements to the stormwater management facility, servicing infrastructure location, traffic impact, and connectivity with the surrounding area. For the reasons outlined in my report, it is my professional recommendation that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 4322DN and plaintiff subdivision application PS 422DN be approved subject to the draft plan conditions.
Thank you. Thank you. Stephanie, are you online or are you here? You're here. If you just want to come to the podium, please, and give us your full name and who you represent.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Stephanie Murdich, and I am a registered professional planner with MHBC Planning. I'm here tonight on behalf of Telephone City Aggregates. I'd like to start off by thanking Lauren for her thorough presentation. I will be brief in my remarks this evening and then happy to answer any questions. So just at a high level, the draft plan of subdivision, first and foremost, is for an industrial plan of subdivision in conformity to implement the official plan. So generally the blocks on this plan shown in kind of a blue-gray color are proposed for employment. As Lauren noted, there is a commercial block and a park block and a stormwater management block as well, and a series of natural heritage features and associated buffers proposed for protection in conformity with the official plan. There's also two public roads, so the extension of the existing Sharp Road from its terminus location into the subdivision, as well as a proposed Street B, which is kind of that north-south road with a cul-de-sac, which will connect to future development to the south. Just in note of the proposed zoning, I would just note, again, there are two holding provisions proposed for future development blocks to ensure orderly development. And then there are a series of different commercial and employment zones to permit appropriate uses. And as was mentioned, the only site-specific regulations proposed are setbacks to satisfy CN comments. As was mentioned, this application does have a long history. It was submitted in 2022, and we have been working with county staff for several years now through the approval of this, or through the review of this application. The information meeting was held back in 2023. Since then, we've worked through a series of submissions and comments, as well as preparation of both the draft plan conditions and the zoning bylaw that are before you this evening. A series of technical studies were submitted and reviewed with the application, and those are detailed in the report as well. So in summary, we are in support of the staff recommendation for approval of both applications. We are also supportive of the implementing zoning bylaw and the list of draft plan conditions as contained in the staff report. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Because this is a public meeting, We're going to hear from people in the audience. We have 2 people registered to speak. Jennifer, I think you're first. You want to come to the podium? And just give us your full name and your address, please. Actually, if you want to just give those to the clerk, he'll hand them out. Thank you. No, too late, they're gone. Thanks, Spencer.
You definitely tested my patience tonight. I'm Jennifer Walls. I live at 14 Curtis Avenue South, Paris, Ontario. We did receive the notification, but we seem to have a lot of confusion about even what's happening. So I've been at the fire department and other places when we've had council meetings. I don't know if they were council meetings, public meetings about our street since the year that I moved to Paris. And so this has been a long haul for all of us. And then we went to the OLT and we have lots of concerns about our street and about what's gonna happen to it. So I'm just gonna go through the questions. If people can answer any of my questions, I would greatly appreciate it. If the door is open now to allow industry there now, what happens when they want to expand in the next 5 to 10 years from now? I've been at lots of council meetings where businesses continue to expand and expand and expand. And to our knowledge, we're supposed to have residential coming down at the end of our street. What type of industry will be allowed, and what is the guarantee that the type of industry that will not be graded as more detrimental to the environment as the years pass by? For example, the slurry plant that's being proposed on Curtis North, and it's from an M3 to an XXX. So how can we guarantee that these lands are actually going to be looked after properly? At the OLT, we agreed to houses. Why are we wasting and ruining the land for the wildlife over industry? Number 4, are we all willing to go back to the OLT over this? Number 5, why are there holds on the houses that are left as we already agreed to the development with them in the OLT, and we do understand that the housing climate has changed due to financial changes in the area? Are the houses not going in now? If the industry goes in there, does that mean that the trail road will be left as a trail as it is right now and not be turned into a road? Or is the plan still that you guys are turning our trail road into a road? Number 7, sorry, I put XXX, it's a yellow, it's just lines. So is that lined area by the CN, is it going to be a road at some point? Number 8, what is the industry going to do for the ground and the water when we keep putting industry by the Grand River? Number 9, why not use the lands for large estate homes, nursing home, homes for special needs population, or the unhoused? This will allow for the animals to still have some appropriate space as this is their home and allow for the services that are desperately needed in Ontario. And obviously I'm not talking about the estate homes. But right now in Ontario, DSO has 52,000 people who are need developmental services and support, and they are on a 30-year wait list. So we can actually utilize some of our lands for appropriate things where then they can use that land for recreation and see the animals and all the wildlife the same as everyone else does. Number 10, what will putting industry in the area do to the 170-year-old plus farm that will sit beside it? But I think from the maps, you guys, I'm not sure. It's so hard to make out because we got 3 different maps and all these different things. So we're not even really sure where everything is going. So if any of those questions could be answered, I really appreciate it.
Okay. So this committee won't answer your questions, but you could speak to the applicant. Yep, come on back up. Did she give you a piece of paper? Yeah. Okay. So if you're gonna,
Thank you very much for your comments and feedback. I will go over this at maybe a high level, and then I'll go through a few of these that are, I think, applicable to the application tonight. So generally, I just want to clarify, there are two separate applications for lands owned by this developer. So maybe I'll just go back, if I can, to a previous plan. So this application tonight is only for lands north of the Trans-Canada Trail, and then the stormwater management block shown in blue to the south. The residential application, I believe that you're referring to, is located south of the Trans-Canada Trail and was approved by the Ontario Land Tribunal last year. That is still approved. There are no changes proposed to that application as it was approved. So hopefully that answers the question around the proposed uses. So this subdivision is for employment and commercial uses. The application that was approved last year south of the trail is for residential uses. In terms of types of uses that are permitted, so again, there's a range of different zones proposed. So perhaps probably the most true employment block on the plan would be the gray plan, the M3, and that is really in line with what's existing on Sharp Road now. So there's a range of employment uses permitted there. The other blocks, I'd say on this plan, the brown blocks, the purple and the red have more limited employment uses. So that's to ensure that more noxious or more heavy industrial uses are not permitted in those locations. And I would just note all of the blocks on the plan, and it's a good point, will be required to go through a site plan application and reviewed by county staff. So prior to any uses actually being developed and constructed, will be subject to an additional application. And in terms of the area shown in yellow, the CN adjacent piece, no, there is no road proposed in that location. Several years ago, yes, there was a road proposed there. It's not supported by county staff. And we have proposed only a service corridor and an opportunity for a pedestrian connection in that location. I think that is generally all the questions that apply to this application. If I missed anything, or if there's any points of clarification, happy to go over those as well.
thank you.
Thanks.
The next person slated to speak is Richard. And again, your full name and your address, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Richard Bowden. I live at 43 Curtis Avenue South, and I back onto the rail trail, full disclosure. I want to begin by saying this evening that I understand that development is necessary in our area. Obviously, in our community, we've been talking about this for the last 2 or 3 years. It's been of real concern to all of us. It's going to affect us. But at the same time, most of us understand that we do need housing in this area. But the way that we develop a community is very, very important. I moved into Paris about 8 years ago. I moved here because I love the river, I love the rail trail, I love the area around Curtis Avenue South. I love Paris as a whole, and I still continue to love it. This piece of property is prime for the future. It's so close to town. It has so many benefits for the community. I think we need to think very, very carefully about how this is developed. And I would like to speak against the rezoning of this property for 3 reasons. First of all, because of the combination of industrial and residential. The proposed subdivision will be accessed through a 1 kilometer section of Sharp Road, which is entirely industrial. So you're driving down an industrial road to get into a residential section. I've lived in different communities in Southern Ontario. The only other place I've seen that is in Brantford, Ontario. And I've always thought this is really strange. Why would we drive through an industrial center to get to a residential section? That's exactly what is going to happen here. So tying these two things so closely together, I think we really need to be careful of. Right now, the proposal is to butt M1 and M2, or Industrial 1 and 2 and 3, right against the proposed housing on the other side of the rail trail. I think that's going to affect, number one, the housing proposal itself. I think it's very ugly. But I also think for those walking along the trail right outside of Paris, this is going to affect Paris itself. It's so close, it's going to be so tight, having enormous buildings right along the trail, I think, I think will affect us greatly. So I would recommend that we think through this very carefully. And the third thing is the rezoning goes through, it's going to be necessary for a second road to be built along the rail trail, one that connects with Curtis Avenue South. And again, this is going to greatly affect the trail. It's going to affect those who live along the trail like ourselves. But Curtis Avenue South, of course, there's a lot of debate about how to bring a road along there. And in order for this all to work, a second road needs to be built along the rail trail. And that is something of great concern. So I would urge council to consider this decision very carefully. Paris is seen as a tourist destination precisely because of access to both the river and to the trail. Ruining the natural beauty of its trails, natural scenery, river views, and quiet residential areas will negatively affect the future of Paris and the community as a whole. Paris is considered the prettiest town in Ontario, and it can continue to be so if we continue to carefully consider how we expand and improve our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So the next part of the process is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this application? I'll ask for a second time. Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this application? And I'll ask for the third and final time. Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this application? Seeing no one, I'll call this part of the public meeting closed, and I'll look for a motion to get it on the floor, please. Councillor Haley and seconder, Councillor Oakley. What does committee want to do with this? Councillor Miller.
A question, if I could.
Yep. To who?
Maybe it's early stages, but do we know how many people will be employed in this industrial park, employment park? Do we have some kind of number? Because I noticed we've done a traffic impact study, and I don't know how you do a traffic impact study unless you know how many people are coming and going.
Who would know that? It's got to.
Offhand, we wouldn't know precisely at this point because it's going to depend on the industries that come in there, but you're trying to achieve.
Like you could look at.
A little bit of density of applicants in there, so you're probably around 40 jobs per hectare on the high end probably, so.
Okay, that's what I would have done, yeah. Okay, so if you go that route. So they're all coming and going via Sharp Road into this development?
Yes, Sharp Road is the main entrance into the facility.
Okay, and that's gonna be enough then? It seems awfully, I don't know.
Do you want the applicant to go back up, Councillor Miller? Okay, come on up.
Maybe I'll just get my
I
pillow.
don't know who he's asking questions to.
First of all, any thoughts, or do we just go by the, hopefully you do 40 jobs per hectare and call it a day? And that's what I'm wondering. How do you do a traffic impact study if you don't know how many employees are coming and going, or truck traffic and all that stuff? Or do we know?
Through the mayor to the councillor, there was a traffic impact study done as part of the application. So what happens in this case is the consultant in that case would look at typical rates that apply to these types of uses. Like there's standard rates that apply to, for example, warehouse uses, manufacturing uses, and those rates are then applied based on the size of the site. And that's how they forecast, for example, truck traffic, employee traffic. And that was used to inform the design of the subdivision and the road network. Again, I can confirm the primary access specifically for truck traffic and employment is via Sharp Road only, and that road network is sufficient for that purpose.
Okay, and would you, again, not knowing who's going in there, but would you think that most of the truck traffic, goods coming in, goods going out, whatnot, would be via 403?
Through the mayor to the councillor, maybe I'll just put up another map here, but yes, generally the idea, if we can put that plan on the screen, it's a little bit hard to see, but generally the idea is that traffic would travel down Sharp Road to Power Line, then to Oak Park to the 403. And you raise a good point. I would just note that the City of Brantford is currently doing a series of environmental assessments to look at the infrastructure capacity, transportation network of those intersections, and also there are studies ongoing for the interchange as well. So there are transportation improvements coming to the broader area within the City of Brantford.
Okay, I think this development could use a better one, but I'll leave it at that. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Oakley, you're next.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the intent is most of the employment and industrial traffic goes via Sharp Road. How much traffic and what would be permitted to go down Street A and cross over the trail here? Because that seems rather fraught if you have transport trucks crossing, where there's both a residential neighborhood that's going to be there and also the trail. So I'm a little concerned by that aspect.
Through the mayor to the councillor, thanks for the question. I think you raise a good point. So there's two aspects to this broader area for development. The first is employment and truck traffic. Again, I would just reiterate that the subdivision is designed for all truck traffic to be via Sharp Road. There really would be no need or reason for any truck traffic to go beyond essentially the what we've shown as kind of a roundabout at the terminus of the Sharp Road extension and Street B. And the idea is that that would essentially be designed as a turnaround. So if there's any truck traffic that comes into the subdivision and needs to exit, they would have a turnaround and no need to travel further on Street A into the residential. We can also work with the county on ways to mitigate and make sure that there's no, for example, truck traffic traveling in that direction. That is the intent. And then in terms of, I think that you had a question on vehicular traffic.
Yeah, I suppose my main concern there is we intend and it's encouraged and things like that for truck traffic to go via Sharp Road, but I'd be concerned about them at all traveling across the trail there. So if there's a way that we can work with, you can work with the county here in making that a must go down Sharp Road rather than across the trail and through a residential neighborhood, that would be great.
Through the mayor to the councillor, I think that's something we could work through. I note there is also a draft plan condition that does require a transportation impact study update prior to development. It has been a little bit of time since that study was updated, so we have agreed to update that, so happy to look at that further. And just to clarify, anything to do with kind of the residential road network or the future trail road is all associated with the adjacent plan of subdivision, and there are several conditions and studies required to look at that further, so those are all things that we and the owner are aware of and will be studied in the future.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to our presenter. Not wishing to flog a dead horse, but the issue of that crossing from Street B into the future residential area, I think is of great concern to anybody that uses the rail trail, and I think if any future resident of that new subdivision. Right now, it's a farm road that crosses the trail. It's no problem when you're walking, no problem when you're cycling. When it's a road that's 20 metres wide, carrying trucks, because trucks will go that way unless you somehow forcibly prevent them from doing so. And if a truck does go that way and ends up going down Curtis Avenue South, then it has to make a really, really difficult turn where Curtis Avenue South meets Dundas Street, because it's actually on a hill. So I think we've got to somehow actively prevent heavy truck traffic going that way. So that's something that the detail of design has to get to. And I was going to ask a question, how do you access blocks 1 and 2 on this plan?
Through the mayor to the councillor, blocks 1 and 2 being the large employment blocks on the east side of the plan. I just want to make sure we're looking at
Yeah,
the same ones.
the-
There'll be access via Sharp Road as well. So the intention is that Sharp Road will extend, right now it's currently like an asphalt cul-de-sac or a gravel cul-de-sac. So that will be rehabilitated and then extend, Sharp Road will extend from that location. There is a portion there kind of between where the cul-de-sac is and blocks 1 and 2 where those start. That might be what you're looking at.
No, there's a section, a very thin sliver, which runs from Dundas Street up to the first park block. I think you called it Block 1 on one of your drawings. And Block 2 was just tucked to the west of that.
I think you're looking at the commercial sliver adjacent to Dundas, is that
That's
correct?
right, it probably
Councillor?
is. If you could put that slide up, it'd be helpful.
Sure, can we put that slide back up, please?
Right, well, she had a Block 1 and 2 on the drawing. Could you put that drawing up, please?
Yes, are we able to put the presentation back on the screen, please? Thank you. So just to confirm, we are looking at the pink block.
The pink block and
Which is
the,
proposed for commercial.
and the grey block just to the, well, just below it. How do you get into that pink block?
So both of those blocks, through the mayor to the councillor, are considered, they really are, they're being zoned through this process. So for example, the commercial block is being zoned for commercial, and the other small sliver is being zoned for future employment. However, what we've worked with the county is there is a holding provision required for both blocks. There is no direct access permitted to Dundas Street for that block, so it will require access through the adjacent parcel, and that's why there's a holding provision required. So we have to work with the adjacent landowner to obtain access through that property. It could also be that there's, for example, a property transfer, that land could be transferred to the adjacent owner as well.
So you've got to go through the little plaza where Swiss Chalet is
Yes,
to
that's
get
correct.
there. Is that correct?
Yes. So there will be no additional access added to Dundas in that location.
Okay, I'll wait to see that one.
Any other questions from committee? Seeing none, it's for approval and it's a very long recommendation. Does everyone understand it? Does anyone want it read to them? Everyone's good to vote? All those in favor of supporting what's in front of us? All those in favor? Opposed? Pardon? You're abstaining? All right. That's a no vote. You got that? Did it? It didn't pass. No. So it failed. All right, thank you. Yeah. Councillor Oakley? Did it pass? Huh? Yeah, we have to vote again because, okay, so let's vote again. Councillor Howes, you ready? All those in favor? Opposed? So it failed. Yeah, so now we need a, how can we do this twice and not know what we just did?
Because the motion failed, but we have to make
It failed, but now we have to make a decision. We have to,
something else forward.
we have to bring a motion forward because it failed. So what's the motion? Councillor Bell?
I would bring forward a motion that we send this back to staff to work the details.
Put your microphone on, please.
Sorry, I would recommend, I make a motion that we send this back to staff to work the details that have come out in the conversation tonight that are really the showstoppers. And the showstoppers are,
Seeking a seconder for that, to take it back. Councillor Oakley seconded it. Councillor Chambers wants to speak to it.
So you've defeated the application, now you're sending the application back for staff to do what?
To figure out the traffic, the problems that council has just thrown out as,
So does that mean the applicant has to reapply for the application that we've just refused?
I would think not.
I would think so.
I don't
No,
think
it'd
so.
be,
You haven't tabled the application to send it back, you've defeated it.
Ultimately, what has happened is you defeated the one motion, you're now deferring it back to staff. So the application is still back. The motion, you're making a decision to defer it back to staff. So the motion that was put on the table was denied. You're deferring it back to staff to come back with an alternative recommendation or comments with some amendments to the application, is what I'm understanding. So it's not coming back and reapplying, you're sending it back to staff for review and additional review.
Councillor Chambers.
Then does that mean we can refuse any application and then send it back to staff and then it comes back to revote? That's not correct.
Jeremy.
I'm not the clerk, the best speaking. You can send it back to staff, but it does put you in a bit of a position. You have now not made a formal decision because you've sent it back to staff. So you've neither approved it or refused it. So now we have refused it, but you've sent it back to staff to come back with something else. So ultimately, they could appeal the decision still at this point. I could be correct. I'll let the clerk clarify if I'm.
Alicia.
Through your worship to council, so what's happened is there was a motion on the floor to approve the application. That motion failed, meaning that council has not made a decision. So what would have to happen now, there is no decision made. So council can decide either to deny the application, which would be the motion passed. So when a decision is made and the notice of decision goes out, planning staff have to indicate which motion was passed. So at this point, there is no motion passed because the motion on the floor failed. So council would need to make a decision. They can deny, if the will of council is to deny the application, then they would just deny the application with reasons for why it's denied. If, as Councillor Bell has said, it is sent back to staff, council can do whatever they want. However, as Jeremy pointed out, what would happen there is the applicant is able to appeal to the OLT for a non-decision, should they wish to do so.
Councillor Bell?
yeah. I believe we've made it fairly clear this evening what the issues are. They're all resolvable, but not tonight. If it goes back to planning can work with the applicant, and I'm sure they can bring forward a modified proposal that will meet approval from this council.
Councillor Chambers.
Some of the councillors that were here prior will recall we had this discussion, and our legal interpretation was that you do not have, if you refuse the application, you do not have to have another resolution to deny it. It is deemed to be refused. That you may want to check with your legal people on this, but that was done before, and it is deemed to be refused. And if you wanted to send it back, you would table it prior to refusing it. So you're backwards on this. You may wish to consult with legal because we've had this argument before, and it is deemed to be refused if it is not approved.
Councillor Haley.
Can we make a motion to table it?
It's been refused now, so you can't table something that's been refused. Councillor Miller.
Not quite knowing where we are in the process, because If we allow Councillor Bell's motion to stand, to refer it back to staff, I would support that. And for the simple reason that what I see tonight wasn't a great plan. I don't recall seeing an employment proposal where there was no clear, easy access to the whole property without going through other people's parking lots and whatnot. So I think that needs to be cleaned up. I'd like to see a few more details, so I would support that, notwithstanding what your ruling is on it, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, so I think we have to, it wasn't a horrible application, and I think what we're trying to do is we're trying to keep them from appealing it and fix it so that it's doable, and I think we can do that without an appeal and a whole lot of hoopla if we just have it go back to staff and have it rejigged. And I mean, as you said, I think everything that we're opposed to can be fixed. That's the way I see it anyway. So we'll do this, and if legal tells us we can't, well, then we'll deal with it another day. Councillor Bell has made a motion. It's been seconded by Councillor Oakley, and we're going to call the vote to send it back to staff to have it looked at again. All those in favor? Opposed? And carried. Thank you. 11.1, Agricultural Advisory Committee Report, Councillor Kyle.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Coleman that the Agricultural Advisory Committee report and minutes from April 27th, 2026 be approved, noting there are 2 recommendations.
Any questions to Councillor Kyle on her report? Seeing none, all those in favor to receive the report? Opposed, carried. 12.1, that is the engagement summary and draft bylaw release. That's Brandon again.
Through the mayor, I'll keep this very short, but Nagin and myself are here to answer any questions. The direction with respect to this is just providing an interim update, and we're requesting direction from council to move forward with the meeting of council, statutory meeting that would be needed to present the draft bylaw. So that is tentatively scheduled for June 2nd, and we're just asking tonight to be able to move forward with that. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Brandon? Councillor Pierce?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. So, good report. We've always, not we've always, but there's always been statements made and things said about the application process. And in the survey you did, so it's page 5 of the report, question 4, what are the main challenges you experienced during the development application process? Please select all that apply. Well, the 2 that were of the most there, I don't see, well, the green is the others, but the one is lack of clarity in guidelines and regulations, and the other one is complexity of requirements. Was there any spot on there where they elaborated on that, or was it just the fact that they could pick those? Because I'd be interested to know, because we've had many conversations about the whole application process and how difficult it is or isn't. And the 2 biggest things here is the lack of clarity and guidelines and the complexity. And I'm just wondering, was there a spot on there for people to elaborate? And if so, did they? And what was that feedback?
So through the mayor, not on this particular survey, but what we were intending to do is to narrow those down so we could ask those questions. So as this phase moves forward to the June 2nd meeting, that's feedback we'll be looking for specifically from the public, and we've reached out to the development industry as well to get that feedback. So that's kind of the next step of this.
Okay, I'm glad that that's a step anyway, because that's always the thing that, you know, I've heard a lot, and we've heard a lot around here, is that I don't understand it, and I know our staff's always there to help, but we shouldn't have to, the form and the application and the requirements should be simple enough for most people to fill out with a little bit of help, not, I don't understand this. And by that survey, these people are saying, we don't understand this. So I'm glad that's part of it. Thank you.
Councillor Bell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Indeed, a very good report, but I'm left troubled. You had 59 respondents. That's 0.02% of our community. I just don't know whether it's a representative sample, and therefore the conclusions you draw from it, I just don't know whether they hold water. My take on it is we're introducing a complex process to a community that understands what we already have today. And I don't think the majority of the people out there know what's coming until they come along and say, I want to do whatever I want to do. Just an example, I think you need examples. That's what I'm going to say to you. In order to bring this to life, you've got to have more examples. You need examples of the trade-offs of variances against our zoning bylaws. You need to tell me what our zoning bylaw might look like in the future, because you're talking about a layered framework now of general development standards overlaid on zone-specific, overlaid on something called overlays. And that's awfully bloody complicated. And I just don't think, if I don't understand it, and I've been sitting around this table for 8 years, the average person who comes along to use this will really struggle. Correct me if I'm wrong. For the most part, this is not really going to apply to the very big projects that come our way as council. This is really aimed at the smaller stuff. So correct me if I'm wrong.
Through the mayor, so I think there's two pieces to that. So the idea is that this new bylaw will capture the small projects and the big projects. I think one of the things we've noticed as well is that while people say that they understand the current framework, there is a misunderstanding of the current framework. And so the presentation of this bylaw, we recognize, yes, in the format that's there, it can be a bit confusing. But that's why we wanted a place to start with, ask the questions, get the feedback. Even today, we spent time with our planning division, and we walked through kind of a mock application, questions about what makes sense, what doesn't make sense. So we intend to do that in various other formats and collect that.
Examples are the only way you're going to get this through to people is show them, you want to build a shed in your garden, this is the way you go. You want to build a house, this is the way you go.
And
the language is just too complicated.
Yeah.
The whole process is just too complicated to do so with that example.
And through the mayor, just to add to my thing, so part of the engagement that we're doing as well, you'll see like on social media, there's some example videos that walk people through different scales. I think there's 2 examples that are out right now. So we have had the conversation with our communications group, and I think based on this feedback, adding some additional examples there and making that more widely available to people would be a benefit to this process. So
Councillor
thank you
Oakley.
for that.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, just, I kind of wanted to disagree a little bit there with Councillor Bell and agree with Brandon here that I think I would respectfully disagree that most members of the public understands our current process, which is no disrespect meant to the members of the public, because it is a complicated process. I've talked to people all the time who think they're done and they're not done yet, and there's still more to do, and how do I do this, how do I do that? And though I understand that there's been some challenges in explaining this new process, I'm still fairly convinced that this ultimately will be an easier process for people to tackle.
Councillor Miller.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, through you to Brendan. You mentioned you did a mock application. Let's take a real one. Say somebody wanted to build a 5,200 square foot building out in New Durham. Would that go through staff, or would that go to a planning committee? What were your thoughts on how that would be handled?
So through the mayor, I can check on the spot, but based on my inkling, what we would define, or what would be kind of the defining piece of that application, would be the ratio, like the variation that they're proposing. I can double check the bylaw itself, but we are proposing to allow a certain amount of those variations to happen within the staff level, and then the additional variations would come to council. So hypothetically, that one would come to council because of the size that they're asking for, the additional size.
Okay, and then final question. When this is up and running, you don't see a need for a committee of adjustment?
That is correct, through the mayor. Yes, so the idea would be that the variations would be split between staff permission and council.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bell.
Thought about examples. I tried to work my way through your FSM examples. Big spreadsheets, lots of numbers. To be honest, it still left me wondering, what do we get from this? How do I understand how I trade off parking for another two levels of a building? I'm going to say it again, if I can't understand it, you're going to struggle to have the man in the street understand it. You will understand it, planning will understand it, but I think it's going to be really a struggle for the average person.
Councillor Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not to debate this issue much longer because of the lateness of the hour. My concern is that it's taking the no out of everything. And I'm not a big supporter of the Committee of Adjustment, but I do know there's members of that Committee of Adjustment that go out and look at the sites. And I'm not sure that this is going to happen, and I try to look at as many planning application sites too. But if the staff is going to sit there and do this on a desktop, then I'm not sure I can support it.
Any other comments, questions? Call the vote. It's in front of us. All those in favor? Sorry? Did we have a mover? Councillor Oakley? Councillor Howes, there you are. Are you seconding that, or do you have a question? You're seconding it. Peace.
Spencer, just let us know what we're voting on.
Yep. Do you want to read it?
Through your worship, the staff recommendation is that report RPT-0191-26, including its attachments, be received for information. That council directs staff to bring forward a second draft of the community planning permit bylaw, along with the associated official plan enabling policies, for information to a special meeting of council serving as a statutory public open house and public meeting for the CPPS in accordance with Ontario Regulation 173-16 made under the Planning Act.
Call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Takes us to number 13, which is communications. We don't have any resolutions. We don't have any other business. Councillor Haley, you had something?
Sorry, through you, I understood that at Brantford City Council tonight was looking at annexing the county part of Tutla Heights Road, and that 21 residents had signed a petition saying that they don't want to be annexed, and I didn't know if we knew about it.
Okay, thank you. We'll receive that as information. Any other new business? Anything? No. We don't have anything, no reason to go in camera. So we'll take us right to number 17, which is the bylaws. Huh? It's been canceled. Spencer will talk.
Through your worship, as part of the addendum, it was just moved to the council at the end of the month. So it wouldn't be coming forward to this meeting anymore.
Yeah, it's not. Oh, sorry about that, you guys. No, there's bylaws. Councillor Oakley, you're going to read the bylaws for the first time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking forward to reading them all 3 times. That bylaws 44-26, 45-26, 61-26, and 63-26 be read a first time.
All those in favor of the first reading of the bylaws? Read it again, Councillor Oakley.
Absolutely. That bylaws 44-26, 45-26, 61-26, and 63-26 be read a second time, and all preambles and clauses be adopted.
Are there any questions to the second reading of the bylaws? Seeing none, no. Councillor Chambers.
I just want to be clear that the 46-26 is not
Never made it, never made the cut.
I crossed those ones out.
And
Which is making my life
62,
challenging.
26 too. Okay, any other questions of the second reading? All those in favor? And try it one more time, Councillor Oakley.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. All right, that bylaws, 44-26, 45-26, 61-26, 63-26, be read a third time, passed, signed, and executed.
Call the vote on the third reading of the bylaws. This takes us to number 18 on the agenda, which is our next meeting. And I'm looking for someone to adjourn this meeting.